Mogę salmabit. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tech Liberty 2024. My name is Anana Horbaladze. I'm the regional coordinator at Students for Liberty in South Caucasus region, and I'll be your host today. I'm delighted to see so many familiar and new faces for this conference, Tech Liberty, which is our annual conference held by Students for Liberty and our partner, Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for Freedom. I hope you already had the welcome coffee and you are all refreshed and ready to engage to these today's sessions. First of all, before we begin, I would like to thank our partner, Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for Freedom, and Khatia Chapadze, which is the project coordinator for the organization, and thanked our heartfelt thank yous to her. So she will be the one who will set the tone for today and give us the welcoming remarks. So please welcome Khatia on the stage.
Thank you, Anano, for warm and good opening remarks. Hello, everybody. I'm thrilled to see a lot of curious minds here gathered today, Saturday morning, so which is really, really worth to thank you. I'm Khatia Japodze, Project Coordinator and Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for Freedom South Caucasus office, and I want to welcome here on behalf of the FNF. And today we are diving into a topic which is in everybody's minds nowadays, and so this is artificial intelligence and its impact on the rights of human rights. AI is transforming our future and our reality in incredible ways, but it also faces a lot of challenges and many problems as well. But we truly appreciate the technological progress which is in our region coming slowly, and we are trying to follow it. So I want to ask you to have your phones ready, because I have small Menti prepared for you. Mentimeter, it's an online tool for the facilitators. I don't know the name of the tool, but it's an interesting tool to engage the people from the audience. So I want you to feel very family and friendly atmosphere here. So it's an official conference, but we want to engage you and just to give you motivation to be active during the whole day, to ask the questions, to express your mind and opinion. So what you think, what's in your mind, it really matters for us. So please be open and have courage to raise a question and to be active. So you see, here is the question for you. You should go menti.com. There is the web page on the top, and there is the code. You will need to insert this code. This is 83170350. Just go easily on menti.com and use the code. Whilst you are logged in, you need to write the word, what you expect from today's conference. So it can be one or few words, but try to be short because we will have the results on the screen. So I'll wait while you are logging in. So one person is already here. A lot of knowledge of AI, liberty, freedom, AI, NCDC. Exciting, new people, contacts, new knowledge, new experience. Okay, a lot of freedom, I can see, and experience and knowledge sharing to gain the knowledge. So it's already so a lot of answers and the quickly changing. Technological AI, engagement, interesting, people, contacts, So you see how quickly it's increasing. And so I guess all the expectations you have for today, that's our expectations as well to offer you with our speakers and experts invited here. And I hope these expectations, majority of them, will be fulfilled today, and you will gain new knowledge and experience, and during the networking you will have the chance to get to know new people and make a contact. And also, of course, the main topic, AI, stays as today's highlight for us. So thank you. I want still a lot of time from you. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to tell you. So now, Anano, floor is yours again.
So thank you, Hatia, for this introduction and for already engaging our attendees on this conference. And I see a lot of interesting insights as well. Ethical discussions and cybersecurity, democracy, economy. And as you look over the agenda, the topics and the title stated there do already meet the expectations that you have. So, first session. Now I'm confident to present our first speaker who will open the conference. But before I do that, I would like to make a short introduction. What are we going to talk about, and what was the reasoning why we chose this topic for today? Innovation, technologies that are driven by these innovations and the tools that we already have on our hands to enhance the democracy in our country, in our region, is already out there. But there are questions that are in our minds. Are these innovations and technologies threat to our privacy, to our life? Are they gonna enhance our lives and our freedoms, or do they have the threats in them? So, electronic elections. We all know that in this October, we have an upcoming elections, and for the first time in the country and in the region, it will be electronic. So who better than Nino Dolidze, who is a director of ISFET, as you know, within 17 years of experience in elections, democracy, gender equality. She's gonna come on our stage and answer all of your questions. So without further ado, let's welcome her on the stage and get ready for the discussion.
So, hello everybody. You can hear me, right? Hello, and I would like to thank to the organizers of this conference to see so many young faces here today on a Saturday morning, which is really great, and to talk about very important topic for our country, but not only for our country, but for the world in general. Because election, like I saw many topics here and I couldn't see elections, but I saw democracy, so I was still very happy. Because, yeah, there is no future without democracy, without elections, and of course it's very important to talk about this topic today. In general, I will say that 2024 is considered as an election year, since more than half of the world population is participating in elections in the world. So there are more than 60, even 65 elections throughout the world, including it was European Union elections. We are expecting elections in United States. There was just in UK, and of course in this small Georgia, which is of course very important for our country. I know that there are international people also attending, but many of you are Georgian citizens as well. So before I start, I just wanted to ask, who are eligible voters here? How old are you? Are you 18? Great. So are you going to vote in Georgia's elections in October 26? And who are first-time voters? Okay, great. Great. So it's very good. So today I'll talk about October elections in Georgia and the new technologies we are introducing, but I do not want to have like monologue, so I would really encourage you to ask lots of questions if you have, because it's very important to answer your questions. So Georgia is moving to electronic technologies in elections, which is huge novelty for us. And when we say that October elections is very important for our country, we say it for several reasons. One is because we are conducting elections first time with the EU candidate status, which will define our future. How these elections will be conducted, it will define our EU integration process as well. Second, because it is fully proportional elections, and it's also very much for the citizens' representation in the Parliament of Georgia, because proportional system allows more parties to be in the Parliament. And third one, why these elections are important is that because it is done under electronic technologies. And of course, it's huge novelty. So what is electronic technologies in elections, just to explain? There are two top types of electronic voting, and when we are mentioning electronic elections, many people are thinking that it is internet voting directly. So just to explain to you, electronic technologies in election doesn't mean that it's i-voting. There are two types of electronic technologies. One is that you are voting through electronic means, but you are still going to the polling station, actually physically going. And second one is electronic voting, which is considered i-voting, when you do not need to go physically to the polling station, but you can do your vote through like gadgets, which can be phone, which can be computer, etc. So both these technologies have its advantages and disadvantages. But when we go to explain how these technologies are working, first we should answer if all these technologies are following the international standards of democracy, which is under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Because we say that technology is good, but within the technologies, all the procedures in elections should be under the general, as I said, Declaration of Human Rights, and all human rights and election principles should be followed. So, if you know what are the main election principles, does anybody know? Please. Principle, what can be for the whole elections, if you think anything? Secrecy, yeah, it is. Anything else? Freedom of choice, okay. You wanted to answer? Free and fair, okay, great. So, yeah, most of the answers are really true. So when we're talking about elections and how we assess election as in free and fair, it should follow some international election principles. And first of all, it is that elections should be universal. What it means? It means that everybody, after the age which is set in the concrete country, and most of the countries have age 18 years old, everybody should have right to vote. So when we are talking about elections, it should be universal. And when they are talking about electronic elections, it means that these electronic technologies or i-voting should be acceptable for everybody, and everybody can be able to vote. So when we are talking about i-voting or electronic technology in elections, again, it should follow the principle of universality, which is meant, for example, elderly people who do not have enough literacy in technologies should also be able to vote. So electronic technology in elections should follow the universal principle. The second one, equal suffrage, and you mentioned one of them, I think, equal suffrage. What does it mean? It means that one person should have one vote. And for example, when we have electronic technologies, there should not be duplication of the vote. For example, when we are talking about i-voting, in order to ensure that people are voting freely, sometimes in the country which has i-voting, have several times voting opportunity. And why this happens? For example, in Estonia, you can vote like in internet voting, but if, for example, you are not alone and somebody is trying to intimidate or push you to vote for somebody, you have opportunity to vote later again, so the last vote will be your final vote. This is done in order to avoid pressure and intimidation on the voters, because one can be outside, but not alone, and somebody may be really trying to push to vote for any of the party. So this several times voting is important on one hand to ensure that you are really voting with the free will, but also again, there should be no duplication, and one voter means one vote. So this equal suffrage is also very much important. Then there was mentioned secrecy of the vote. One of the main challenges when we are talking about electronic technologies, but not only electronic technologies, is secrecy of the vote. Unfortunately, in many countries, people still do not think that their votes are not secret. For example, Israel has done a poll 3 years ago with CRRC, and the question was that there is example of one country where polling station members, commission members, know who you voted for, who voter voted for. And then we asked, can this happen in Georgia, that commission member can know who you voted for? And unfortunately, it's a very high number. 44% said that, yes, this might happen, that commission members know who we voted for. So vote secrecy is one of the fundamentals of elections and principles, but when we are talking about electronic technologies in elections, it is even more problematic because people who do not have trust towards technologies or internet, they are even more afraid with electronic technologies if their votes are secret. Of course, final is transparency of the process. Elections should be transparent. And that's why, for example, there is international standard to observe elections, because everybody should know how election process is well, and that's why there are international and domestic observers. For example, like my organization, we are domestic observers. So transparency is also key for elections, and when it is conducted under electronic technologies, there should be guarantees that observer organizations can see the whole process, whether it's pre-election period and preparation for the elections, or it is election day or tabulation of the results. Because electronic technologies on one hand should ensure election processes to be free and fair, but also there should be trust towards integrity of the results, and trust comes whenever observer organizations or any interested stakeholders, also political party representatives, have opportunity to see how elections were tabulated and how integrity of elections are defended. So these are the standards which should be followed by electronic technologies in elections, and it's very difficult to ensure all the standards. So OSCE ODIHR has come up to the decision. When we are talking, does electronic technologies and I-voting increase the trust towards elections? OSCE ODIHR says that first there should be trust towards election management body who is conducting elections. In Georgia, it's, for example, Central Election Commission. In other countries, it can be different state institutions. So first, it should be trust towards election management body, and then it can ensure trust towards electronic technologies in elections or I-voting. So is there trust towards election administration? What do you think here, young people? Do you think we can trust election administration who will conduct elections in Georgia or not? No? Or yes? So yeah, so to answer the question, if there is any threat or how positive it is, it's positive or not, first should be trust. And if we have trusted election administration, then it's better, of course, to conduct elections through new methods, and you can easily trust that results are not manipulated. So what kind of system now we have in Georgia to explain? In Georgia, we introduced two types of electronic technologies in elections. It is not I-voting, for sure. It's still physically going to the polling stations, and it is not 100% electronic technologies. Only 75% of polling stations in Georgia will have electronic technologies, and rest of them will use still the previous old style electronic procedures in election day. So electronic technologies, what we are using right now, will be two types of novelty. Because many of you haven't participated in previous elections, it's very difficult for you to compare, so it's easier for you now. You will vote already with the new electronic technologies. But first one, what we have right now is voter verification. If previously, whenever people would go to the polling stations and there was voters list which was printed out on the desks, now it will be planchettes. So voter verification, whether this person is voting in this polling station or not, will be defined through this voter verification machine, which is planchette-based machines, and you are putting your ID in order to match that you are voter of this polling station. So this is, of course, good because it is easily matching any people, voter, going to the polling station and verifying this person. But for example, in worldwide experience, there are different verification machines. For example, fingerprint, which is even better in order to avoid that, for example, commission members can still allow that duplication of the people. So there is fingerprint, or there is face recognition. So there are different types worldwide, but in Georgia we decided to have planchette. So it is not doing any personal verification of the person. It is just doing verification of your ID. So when we are talking about the threats or advantages, as I said, okay, it is of course good and easier procedure to do verification through planchette instead of voters list. But if, for example, we do not have trusted commission member, then he or she can allow anybody else entering with different person ID, for example, and different person can vote with different person's ID again. So that's why personal verification, of course, is more secure, as I said, fingerprint or face recognition, but then it comes to the collection of the personal data when you are talking about fingerprint and like a face recognition, so it goes to another type of security of personal data. So right now we have this in Georgia. And the second novelty what we have two types of technologies in elections. One is, as I said, voter verification, and second one, it is we are scanning our ballot paper. So instead of putting ballot paper in the ballot box, now we have still, again, the paper ballots, but instead of putting it in the envelope and the box, now we are scanning this into the scanning machine. And it's easier in order to calculate the result at the end of the day, because in previous procedures you had to manually recount everything. But then, again, we go to the trust, if these machines can be trusted in order to tabulate the results. Actually, these machines are not connected to internet, so it is secured in that direction, but there are still questions how these machines are tabulating. And so there was OSCE, which is the main election assessment body, and that's why I'm mentioning it all the time. There was OSCE recommendation to Georgia to still have manual recount of these technologies. So Georgia introduced electronic technologies, as I said, but after the preliminary result, what we will have at 8 p.m., we will still manually recount all these ballot papers, which we have scanned previously. So it has positive and negative side as well. Positive is that because we may not trust these machines, scanning machines, because it's on a large scale first time in Georgia, we will still have manual recounts of these ballot papers, so we can check whether machines were correct or not during the tabulation of the results. So this is two novelty for Georgia's electronic elections, but both can be verified through the paper trace. So when we are talking about, for example, AI or any threats, in Georgia's case, it is less a problem because we chose the way to still verify our results through the paper trail. This is again because in many countries, we have these electronic technologies, but trust is not still very high. We have some experiences in European countries, then they moved to electronic technologies in elections, but then they went back to the paper-based elections. So to assess generally shortly, again, electronic technologies in elections doesn't bring trust if you do not have trust towards state institutions in the country, especially to those institutions who are conducting elections, whether it's election administration, Central Election Commission, etc. And finally, last thing, how we are checking and verifying if this electronic technologies was good or not. we are hiring, and Georgia will hire audit company, which is internationally recognized companies usually, and they are going to check how all these machines were programmed, how the source code worked, if anybody has access to this program or not, and then we have to trust to this audit company. So again, we are going to the trust towards the state, and then those companies who will be hired by the states. There are different experiences worldwide where can observer organizations have accept it is like fully accessible or not. In Georgia's case, we have situation where some of the procedures will be very easy to observe, but we may not have accessibility to all procedures, including programming and then auditing. When talking to the Central Election Commission, they are saying that they will ensure that we will have all this information. So this is very shortly about whatever we have in Georgia's case. But now I would like to move to the questions and answers more. What type of threats you can see in Georgian like electronic technologies, or if you think that it's improvement of the process. Because for us, for election observers, it's also a huge novelty. We know elections very well, but now we have to also learn in like IT and technologies, which is also novelty for us. And now we have to somehow ensure that our expertise, which is elections mostly, now to follow these new technologies, which is, of course, increasing and increasing worldwide. So some of the countries are really moving to not only electronic elections, but we have, for example, Estonian case, which has everything, you know, based on the internet, which is really great, and the trust is very high towards their citizens. But in Georgia, trust towards state institutions is always problematic. So I'm afraid that if anything goes wrong, then trust towards election results might be also challenged. That's why answering all the questions right now, previously, before elections comes, it's very important, because not to have, again, any kind of problems after the elections from any side, no matter it's ruling or opposition. If there are some questions or if there is any type of problem, it can be really becoming big problem after the election day and during the tabulation of the result. Yes, do you have a question?
Hello, my name is Tamar Kutateladze. Sorry, I'm not perfect in English, but...
That's okay.
So, first of all, thank you to Friedrich-Naumann Foundation, and thank you, Mrs. Stolica, for this absolute great speech. So, my question is, so we remembered all these previous elections from 2020, from 2021, and there was not this kind of simple elections. We remember there was a lot of violations. So government used, how to say, some criminals, some they called so-called criminals, and it was very difficult. We remember everybody. So what will be October 27th? That's a question. In your opinion?
Thank you.
If we remember what was in the past, what will be on 27th of the October?
Thank you.
Not 26th, 27th. That's
okay.
my question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Here I am mostly to talk about electronic technologies, but of course I prefer to talk more about elections in general. So for the youth, it's very important to know that elections are not election day only. Election day is the final, like coming down the curtain, but everything happens in pre-election period, you should all know. And when we are talking about free and fair elections, we should be ensure that pre-election period was free of intimidation, pressure, vote buying, using administrative resources and everything. Unfortunately, Georgia's experience is that most of the problems are happening in pre-election period, which means that state institutions, whether it's Ministry of Education with schools and directors of the schools, or Ministry of Justice or other ministries are unfortunately working in favor of party, and we have many examples of that, and we have provided with the huge number of cases, for example, general prosecutor. So if pre-election period has all these problems, whatever we have seen in previous elections, no matter how good electronic technologies can be on election day, it doesn't mean that elections were good. If people are intimidated, for example, and they are afraid to vote because they may lose jobs, or they may lose social assistances, or they may have problems with their family members. And if they are going to elections with this feeling that it's not free, and if also there is feeling that someone else can know who they are voting for, and that's why their vote is not free. In this case, we cannot talk about free and fair elections, of course. And also, election day is not only polling station itself, it is outside the polling stations, and whatever problems we have seen, and you perfectly mentioned, is happening outside the polling station. Many of you are going first time, and you will see how party coordinators are mobilized outside the polling station. Some pro-criminal guys are also standing there in order to create the atmosphere of intimidation on the voters. So of course, especially in rural areas, in villages, then people are afraid of state security services or whatever. You cannot call it free elections when these kind of guys are standing outside the polling stations and trying to intimidate. So depends what will be the situation right now. We have past experience, and I can talk a lot about past experience. These elections are coming now. We will be observing in pre-election period as well as the election day, and we can see if this kind of problems happen, then it's very difficult to assess elections as free and fair. If it will be good and no problem, of course, we can trust more. But also, you may know that there is this Russian law which was recently introduced, and I guess you were also, some of you at least, protesting. This Russian law may be translated in not having observers at all on election day, or creating problems for us, a lot of problems. So if there is no observation of elections, proper observation, it will be also problematic. So let's see. I hope for my country good elections, because I really think that it's very important to have democratic elections in this country, because again, it will help us to become it will get us closer to European Union and integration, but let's see. Everything now is in the hand of government, by the way, and of course opposition, but mostly government. So let's see. We all should try to help our country by participating in elections, because as many people goes and as high turnout is, election manipulations decreases. So when you go, anybody else cannot vote instead of you. So as much as you go, it's better for your country. That's why I encourage you to go and participate in elections. You have a question? And you.
Hello. I have two questions. One of these, which type of the electronic election is subjectively better for you? For example, when we talk in terms of I-voting, there are some concerns about transparency, because impacts on observer organizations getting low. If I'm voting from home on the internet, observer organizations cannot observe the process. Also, there are some cybersecurity problems and voter verification problems. So yeah, which type of electronic election is better for you and in Georgian terms? Also, the second question was how commission members was able to see who was voting. You said when you had this speech. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, ideally, in ideal world, of course, I would love to have internet voting, because it would be easier for the voters, not only within the country, but outside the country, and we have around 1 million people outside. So ideally, it would be good. But right now, I do not see space for that, because again, we don't have enough trust to the institutions which will be conducting the elections. So that's why now I prefer whatever we have, because it has still paper trial and paper trace, and you can manually see what happened, and we observers have better opportunity to see what's happening. So right now, whatever is, it's better, but in the future, and I believe that future will be somehow I-voting for sure, because I cannot imagine papers after 20 years in any of the countries, I guess. So in the future, when we have trust towards state institutions, of course, then it will be easy. And one day, there might come elections when we do not need election observers at all, hopefully one day. But right now, yeah, there is no situation for that. As for commission members, you asked. So Just to explain you how commissions work here in Georgia, like there is election administration, which is conducting elections, and it has 3 levels: central, district, and polling station level. All of them are composed of political party members and so-called professional members. But unfortunately, the trust towards so-called professional members are low because the hiring process of professional members is under one-party majority. For example, Central Election Commission's chair and professional members are appointed through simple majority, while our request was to have with the 2/3 of the parliament support of both parties. So if you do not have trust towards professional members, then you do not have trust whether these people are somehow trying to manipulate during the election day. To be honest, I am not really afraid of vote secrecy. This is more kind of threat from the people, and they believe that commission members know. In general, like commission members cannot know who you voted for. So that's why I think we should promote this, that your vote is secret. None of the commission members can know who you voted for, and it's kind of more like message which was sent to people to threaten them than the reality. We will have campaign that your vote is secret and nobody can really understand and see unless you are showing your ballot paper to them. Nobody can see, and also people should know that they have guarantees for the secret vote, and if anybody is asking them to show their ballot, they cannot show because it's their secrecy of the vote, which is guaranteed by the constitution and legislation. Thank you. There was a question here and there, and okay.
Hey. So my question was, as a person who is experienced in the field of electronics, why is there a need for this electronic voting in the first place? Is it like an eco-friendly reasoning, or is the based on your experience and other countries' experience, as Georgia is a first time using this technology, is it generally a better approach in the sense of safety and eco-friendliness, or in comparison to old method, is it more concerning based on your experience in this field?
Yeah, thank you. In Georgian case, so there are different kind of answers on that for the different country, and it's basically based on the country context. But for the Georgian case, it's not eco-friendly because we still have papers. So it's not really changing in our case anything. It's 2 things. One is that it is decreasing human mistakes, which can be purposeful or just a mistake. But in Georgia's case, when we had, for example, trust issue towards commission members, people believe that these commissions may manipulate some of the things, so it's better to have machines instead of people in order to decrease human errors, so to say. So one is that. And the second one is timing, that it's reducing the time for the tabulation because preliminary results, now we call it preliminary, but usually results you will have very soon after the end of the voting at 8 p.m., for example, whenever voting process ends, with one push on the button, you have results of elections, so it's quick, and that's why, so it is two things. In Georgia's case, it's not quick anymore because quick will be preliminary, as I said, but officially it was decided that we will still have manual recount of all these ballot papers, so our official results will be manually recounted. It's not quick, but this is first time. Maybe if we trust these technologies very well, in the future maybe we will just take out manual recount and we will just leave this electronic recount. So this is in Georgia's case. In internet voting case, okay, it's also eco-friendly, and it's also, for example, reducing the time for people to go to the polling station, and it's engaging diaspora more because they have also opportunity. So depends on which electronic technologies we are talking, and also about the country context.
Hi again. So I have many questions, but I'll try to have only two now, maybe later a few. So the first question is that you mentioned that a few countries had the kind of electronic elections and then they came back again the traditional one. So if you know, what was the reason? Was the reason the trust towards the electronic devices, like to the internet and electronics in general? Or was it trust towards the government and all the things you mentioned that sometimes people think that they with the IT tools, the government can control people's votes more and better than in traditional ones. So what was the reason? That's the one question. And like the plus with that, so how we can adapt this in Georgia. So it's also the threat for Georgia that maybe a few years ago we are getting back again to the traditional election system. And the second question is that what do you think, how we should promote electronic election? Because I've heard a lot of kind of myths, also maybe some of them are reality, I don't know, but I have people do not trust this election even more than in the past. So how we should ensure that more people will come and they will trust this election? So what's the tool?
Yeah, thank you. For the first questions, it was European experience, and so it was more distrust towards the machines than the government, because in European countries there is no distrust towards state institutions. It was mostly about the technologies itself. And if I'm not mistaken, one case was about the remedies, because, for example, if there are problems in elections, or at least you see the problems, there should be proper ways of remedies, which is electoral disputes, for example. If you do not see anything going well and you consider it's wrong, you can then have complaints, appeals, there should be proper recounts, etc. So if this electronic technology is giving you the opportunity to have proper electoral remedy, it was the case. As for Georgian, we have to see. These elections will be also big kind of, how to say, assessment mechanism to see how electronic technologies work in Georgia. I cannot say whether it will be perfect or not. We really want it to be good and to work, but let's see. What I can say is that there was 2 by-elections in 2023. By-elections means that when, for example, small, like in one district or something, there was elections. We observed these by-elections in these 2 districts, and it was more or less okay. We had some problems about the vote secrecy and some technical problems, but not huge. So if it goes, these elections like that, it's okay. But these by-elections was not competitive. It was only one party running. So you cannot really compare. When it's not competitive and only one party participating, there is no high tension, there is no high turnout. So it's easier. So we cannot really compare these by-elections to this one. One challenge, for example, for me is that polling stations number of voters per polling station increased. For example, previously one polling station had the highest voter number, 1,500. Now it increased up to 3,000. So if polling stations will be able to go all these lines, which may be on election day, because 3,000 people is quite high number if we have, for example, high turnout in this election. So one challenge can be that if polling stations will be able to ensure that all these people vote. So let's see, we are all observing these elections, and we will see how electronic technology will work in Georgia. Central Election Commission is doing some voter education campaigns, I know. They are also going to do simulations, I think, in some of the regions right now, so it will be very good to see. And we encourage Central Election Commission to do huge voter education campaigns because people still do not know. As for the trust, I think there was one of the polls, it was Edison Research or not. So question was about the trust. It was not very low. So yeah, we are not looking that it will be totally problematic. We still have hopes that it can go well. Let's see. You had a question, and then you.
Okay. And what about the risk of electronic elections? How safe is from cyber attacks?
Yes. So because in Georgian case, because
yes.
we have without internet, and because it is still manually recounted, there is less threat from the cyber attack because it's not internet voting, it is electronic machines which is not connected to the internet. So in our case, it's less. And again, I am saying that because we have paper trace afterwards, it's less. But in iVoting systems, of course, it's high cyber threat and cyber attacks. But that's why when we are talking about iVoting and why Georgia is not ready, of course, I am mentioning that one is trust towards the institution, but then cyber attacks, not only internally, but also outside the country, because Georgia had lots of enemy, and we know big enemy, so there might be like cyber attack from that side, really trying to manipulate with the results. So that's why I'm saying that right now we are not that much ready for that, but it is high in terms of internet voting, cyber attacks.
And how does it work in villages, the system electronic, the people who don't know technologies? What about this?
Yeah, so as I said, not 100% will be done through electronic technologies. It will be more like around 75% of polling stations, which is according to Central Election Commission, 90% of voters will vote for new technologies, but there is still some polling station with old procedures, and especially these old procedures will be in smaller rural areas where voters' numbers are low, but again, you cannot assess it through the voters' numbers. For elderly, it might be still problematic because they may not have enough knowledge of technologies. It's not really difficult procedures. You have all done, for example, with the these machines, what are taking money or something, you have all done it. It's really easy procedure, but for elderly, it can be still problematic. In this case, it's very important how commission members will explain to them all procedures. Because one thing, what is new for these electronic technologies is that previously in Georgia, you should have to circle the political party you liked. You had to make circle. Now you have to paint it. Like there is circle, but you have to paint in order that scanning machine can read it. So explaining to voters, especially elderly, that this is now new type of signing. Now it's not circle, but it will be also important because if they do not paint it well, it will be invalid ballot papers because scanning machine cannot read. So again, we are going to the proper voter education campaign, and you all are communicators. I think you all should be involved in informing voters, especially, for example, your family members, your grandmothers, grandfathers, to explain all these procedures.
Thank you.
You had a question, and maybe we collect some of the questions and then answer several. Okay.
Hello, Madam Dorlidze. I am Irakli Rumusadze from Young Diplomats Club of Georgia. First of all, thank you for the information that you just gave us. My question, of course, is connected to elections, but not just this kind of electronic things. As we all know, the election system for President of Georgia has changed, and from 2024, they will not be elected directly, and they will be elected by so-called delegates that will be consists of members of parliament and representatives of local governments. And I am interested in it that what problems can it occur for Georgia, and how relevant is this kind of political electoral system for Georgia? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to collect view? Yes. Okay.
Thank you for interesting sessions. My question is connected to the, you mentioned that our electronic system won't be in the whole regions. I mean, you mentioned that 75% will be the electronic ones, and then rest of them will be the old ones. So do we need to have more observers in the 25% of the elections, the old type of elections? And then another is that you mentioned also about duplicating our votes. So technically, who will gonna be responsible to protect these kind of votes that are gonna be duplicated during the electronic elections? Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer these two questions, and then we will go to another two. Okay, yeah, it's very good that you raised elections of president. The first time we will have, and like generally according to the amendments to the constitution, now we will not elect president of Georgia through popular like direct vote, but it will be indirect, which will be done through electoral college, so-called, of 300 members, out of which 150 will be members of the parliament, and then the rest of them will be municipal, local government, and also Supreme Council of Azera and Abkhazia. So first of all, there was also one poll saying that people still prefer to have directly elected president, but these amendments happened. And then it will be difficult to observe because it will not be like full campaigning procedures for that. And then it will be like results will be defined on the composition of colleague itself. So who will be now, who will be elected through parliamentary elections and who will be in the parliament, plus previous local governments who has majority of ruling party right now. So it will be very interesting elections, I would say, because, for example, even now if ruling party doesn't win and opposition wins, they still have lots of people in local government. So most of the assessment is that there will be someone who is chosen by party more than the people itself. So whichever party will have majority in this electoral college, it will define the results. So it's interesting for us as well how to observe these elections, because it won't be like normal elections. We will see pre-election period, which will be also very short. But let's see. It will be interesting for us in general. And we still do not know what can be the result, because it will be very much dependent on the parliamentary elections, what we'll have right now. And it will be conducted very soon after these parliamentary elections. About more observers in those polling stations. So according to CC, it's not exact number, but still it's around 3,000 polling stations, and there are around 700, which will be all type. It's not exact, but more or less. As I said, it will be in the areas there is less number of voters. Our goal is to have observers, more observers there as well, because it will be very interesting to compare how elections will go in those polling stations where we have electronic technologies and how the old procedures. Maybe old procedures are better, right? Or this is better. So we will do the comparison. ISFET has observation based on the like quantitative assessment as well. So we will have numbers from these two types of elections. So we will try to do comparison and assessment based on that, which procedures are better, easier for the voters, and how results are tabulated, and if there will be any problems with those polling stations without technologies, or maybe with the technologies. And then it will be good for the future elections. This assessment will show which one works better for Georgia. One statement about the observers. So we have already opened our observer database. If any of you are interested in election observation, we are more than happy to have you on our election observation mission. It's open, and you can submit your applications. We have 2 names of recommenders, and why we do have it, because ISFET cannot have anybody who is party affiliated. Our mission is to have neutral, impartial observation mission. So anybody who is interested are more than welcome to join our election observer. Even not only Tbilisi, but if you are from the regions, we have like the whole full-scale observation, so you can apply for that. There was 2 questions, yeah.
Hello. First of all, thanks for the interesting speech and answers. So my question is about, as I understood, that electronic elections in the polling stations, firstly, the votes are scanned and counted by the machines, and then it's manually recounted by the people. So my question is about what are the chances that there could be differences between electronic scanning and manual recounting. So that's what my question is about.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting question, and when we had these by-elections, we were really looking at this, if there was big difference between the preliminary recount and manual recount. It was not that big difference. Only difference was with the invalid ballot paper, when, for example, people could not circle it properly. And that's why we are saying that voter education is important, because some of the people still did this circle, what they are used to do, so they didn't push. But what I want to say that previously in election code, we had this kind of article saying that if the will of the voter is clear, you should put this ballot paper in the valid ballot paper. So for example, if there was several political parties and all of them were crossed except one, and one was left, you could understand that this person voted for this party, right? So it was clear will of the voter, because he or she crossed everything except one. But right now there is different article in the legislation. This kind of will of the person doesn't really work. It should be very properly circled, otherwise it cannot be considered as valid ballot paper and it will go to invalid. So that's why people might be confused. And for example, we were joking that let's have this kind of, I will say it in Georgia, so it's easier for people to really understand, yes. But I mean, there was another question, I think I missed that, about double voting. Someone said, yeah. So that's why we will need to have proper observation, because you cannot really see one and the same person going to one polling station to another. Our observers cannot run from one polling station to another, right? So then what observation means? Someone should be standing at the entrance of the door to check the inking procedure. That the person entering should not have inking. And in Georgian to explain, because this is one way to exclude double voting. If person has inking on his or her head, it means that she or he voted already somewhere, so this kind of person should not be admitted. Second one is that someone should be standing behind or at the commission member who is making this voter verification, checking that this person who came has really his or her ID and not someone else's, right? Because it has picture also. Whenever you are putting this ID number in this planchette, picture also comes. So you have to check the face that this person is really that person. And third procedure is that this registrar who is giving you ballot paper should do inking to you. One is checking the inking in the entrance, but second one to do inking to avoid double voting. So that's why observation will be crucial. And one person really cannot observe on the polling station. There should be coordination between 2 or 3 observers who will be on the polling station to ensure that all important procedures are observed.
Thank you, Nino. I guess there is many questions, but we are already run out of time. So thank you, everybody. And if Nino can stay for a few, maybe during the break, so there is chance to ask you questions if you stay. So if not, that just we can collect the questions and later try to answer them.
I just want to add one sentence.
Yeah, sure.
So I did not touch topic of information manipulation in elections because we were mostly talking about electronic voting. But one of the challenge of elections, and when we are talking about AI and social networks and digital, is information manipulation. My colleagues will talk about it. But in elections, one of the main change right now becomes disinformation and propaganda, especially in social networks, which is negatively affecting informed choice of the voters, because, for example, political parties are campaigning not only with their names, but they are also doing it anonymously, which is, of course, affecting negatively information integrity in general related to elections. So your next sessions will be about AI, and it has very big also importance in election campaigning especially. But yeah, I will stop now because there are many other topics. It was really great to see all these young people, and we are really open to any questions afterwards. But if you want to engage with ISFED more, you can do it through different means. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nino. You also said, I also want to repeat that the observation will be crucial this election, and everybody is more than welcome to register as an observers and to be the kind of the guards of your own country's election. So thank you, Nino. I just wanted to mention the small things which our foundation made. So unfortunately, it's in Georgian, and so excuse me, and I'm sorry for the international guests. But this is the kind of the very easy. There is the book as well, but it is the brochure, so where you can easily do the political tests where you stand, and there is the main political ideologies also. But if you're interested in deep details, so there is a QR code, and there was the book as well, and at the entrance, so you can be prepared for this election if you are the new voter and already know the idea to whom to vote. So thank you very much, and I'll give you the floor to Anano.
Okay, thank you so much, Nino, for this interesting presentation. We raised a lot of questions, and I hope you get the chance to answer all of them. And we are on the right track. So Nino mentioned manipulation of information, and our next session is actually kind of somewhat similar, because the title of our presentation is AI and disinformation, because we know in this realm of technology and increased use of AI technologies, we have the issue of distinguishing what is real content, what is synthetic, what is a deep fake. There are a lot of tools that can be used to, spread the disinformation and hold these campaigns from text to images to videos and etc. and etc. So our next speaker, Malchaz Rekhuyashvili, will dive into this topic and will try to answer all of these questions with us. And who better than him? He is a chief editor of Fact Checker. So let's welcome him on the stage, and I'll try to also fix the technology. Okay, thank you so much. You can. Yes, technical issues, bugs, but okay, I can help you out. So thank you for your patience. Okay, are we ready?
Okay. It's always hard to be on stage after Nino Dolidze, one of the most prominent members of Georgian civil society. I'm Malchaz Rekhuyashvili. I'm editor-in-chief of Fact Check Georgia. Before I go to the presentation, I want to thank organizers for organizing this amazing event, for having Grass here and Fact Check Georgia. I want to give you a brief introduction to what Fact Check Georgia is. Fact Check Georgia is a flagship project of Georgia's Reforms Associates, which was created in 2013. And since then, we were first to introduce Georgian media to the fact-checking techniques. Since 2017, we are members of IFCN, International Fact-Checking Network, which made it possible for us to become third-party fact-checking partners of Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and other social platforms which are managed by this huge tech company. Since the outbreak of war in Ukraine, this unprovoked act of terror from Russian Federation, Fact Check Georgia is monitoring social media in Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. We were approached by Meta, and we are debunking disinformation spread in the social networks managed by Meta in the countries where the war is now going on, in Russian language, of course. Disinformation became a main problem of modern public debate, because it's not only about what you spread, but it's also about people's lives. For example, during COVID pandemic, we saw that disinformation that misled people into not taking vaccine, for example. The real result in real life was that people were dying because they believed some disinformations. In Ukraine, we see the war and unprovoked aggression of Russia, which is based on lies and disinformation, of course, on fake narratives of Russian Federation about the about is or is not Ukraine an independent country, and how what was the history of Ukraine. So when we talk about disinformation, we shall have in our minds that it's not only about misleading the public, and it seems like not as hard a term to say lie, but when we talk about disinformation, we talk about actual lives of people. Democracy and public debate is a public good which needs to be defended. So disinformation is some kind of crime which is not recognized yet by the criminal code, not of Georgia only, but of many countries in the world. But we see that the world is going in right direction. Now about disinformation. Before I talk about artificial intelligence and disinformation, I want to divide it in two parts. The first part is how AI, artificial intelligence, is used by malign actors to spread, amplify disinformation, to generate disinformation, and how AI may be used by independent media, by fact-checkers, by civic activists to counter the propaganda and disinformation. So AI is not itself good or bad, it's like a tool, and it can be used in both ways, so to support democracy or to be against democracy. When we talk about using artificial intelligence by malign actors to spread disinformation, we talk about creating bots, so you fake the reality in the comment sections of the social media, so people, it has some kind of chilling effect. You do not want to comment because there are a lot of negative comments in the section. We talk about generating videos, audios, photos of different events, of different people, which are also misleading. We talk about using algorithm, which is defining what is your newsfeed, for example, on former Twitter, now X, or on Facebook or other social network which you are using, or when you Google something, what is shown in the top of the search list. This is also AI, so all algorithms that we talk about, we can name all that AI, because when we talk AI, sometimes we just imagine that it's just ChatGPT. It's not so. AI is everything when program tries to simulate how the person thinks or how the person makes decisions. So artificial intelligence is a huge term, and the use of artificial intelligence is even more huge. When we talk how the AI can be used to counter this disinformation propaganda, we shall first of all talk about how AI can detect AI. Because AI means that it always leaves traces, because people, the flow of information, the flow of our actions is so unique that it cannot be repeated by the computer yet still. So in the future, of course, I'm fond of sci-fi movies, so I'm afraid of the future when it won't be so easy to detect the difference between AI and human. For example, when you open any website and you see the CAPTCHA, you just need to click. So how the computer knows that you are not a robot and you are a person, because the movement of the mouse is so unique for a person that it cannot be repeated by the computer. So it is tracking not you clicked or not to that box, but it's tracking how you move the mouse towards that box. So we see that AI can be used to see another AI. So AI can be used to debunk. Another way to use AI is to teach AI to fact check itself. It's very hard, especially in Georgian. Our colleagues in different countries are trying to create automatic fact-checking tools, but not very successfully. But I hope that constant training of these tools will result in the future in automatic fact-checking tool, but it will be in English. In Georgian, it will be even harder, because a much smaller amount of information can be used to train the tool. And how the AI works? You feed the huge data, huge information to the program, and it starts to see a certain certain patterns of information, and it tries to see what is the claim he needs to debunk, it needs to debunk. And if you do it in English, it has a much huge data to use. In case of Georgia, it has a, I don't know, Georgian Wikipedia. When you try to train AI, there are also a lot of ethical restrictions, because sometimes you talk about the privacy of different people online. Sometimes you talk about the copyrights, because AI is training on, for example, if AI is using my website to train itself, I'm like, I wrote that article, why you are not paying me if you are using it to train? So that's a huge debate, but in the West, in Georgia, we have debate, is this Russian law or is this law about transparency? So they are far further in discussing the AI. I want to show you some examples of what kind of disinformation is generated by artificial intelligence spread in Georgia and how it can be debunked. And when we use AI tools, what to pay attention to. Now I will go to my computer. Keeper prezentatsias gauksni. Sorry, it's in Georgian. I tried to translate it, but yesterday I had an emergency, so I couldn't finish it. You see, I started translating, but at some point I stopped. I had to travel. When we talk about AI-generated information, as I already mentioned, it can be different multimedia content. Photos, videos, even audios, and we can bring different examples of this. For example, here we see the fire at Pentagon, or Donald J. Trump being arrested. These both photos are generated by AI, and it's really hard to see is it or is not real. For example, Pope here. Doesn't it seem a very real picture? Yes, I guess, yeah. But if you pay attention to the details, for example, to the faces, so the middle face on that picture, yeah? The lips here, and it has 4 fingers, so hey, maybe he's good guitarist, but with 4 fingers, okay. So AI is still not as good with details. It can create a huge picture which seems very real, but if you zoom it, you spot the differences from reality. Especially, it's with fingers, of course, but it's learning, and I guess in 1 or 2 years, yeah. Yeah, and then there is an AI, you give a picture and ask, is it generated by AI or not? And it says, yeah, I'm myself a bit dinosaur in technologies, to be fair about that. I know nothing about AI. I'm much more professional in disinformation. And after receiving an invitation to today's session, I was trying to remember all the terms about artificial intelligence, because I do everything with my pen and paper still. This is also Pope. Pope is very popular for artificial intelligence. And here you see that the curve on the glasses, you see that the cross has only 1 line here. It has to be 2, yeah? So you hang it. Here you can just count the legs and hands. There are much more legs than children. So Yeah, and you see the difference. But if you are seeing this in a social media, you just scroll it. You have the first emotion of normal human. Yeah, you are not trying to see the a problem in the photo. You see children, a father, I guess, devastated Gaza. You see a tragedy, and you do not pay attention to the details. Of course, what is happening in Gaza is tragedy. So you are not starting to fact check the photo. So what we pay attention to when we see the photos and we want to fact check them. The first one is eyes. The position of the eyes on the photo always is unnatural. In case of video, it does not move. Mainly, it's on a static position. It's not blinking. In case of video, because it's harder to process the small details for the AI. We see the lack of emotions because AI still is not able to process emotions. We see that in case of video, the audio of the video and the movement of the lips are not the same. And the main way to detect the false information produced by AI, who is the source? That's what we do every time. If you see, for example, that Donald J. Trump was arrested, you see the photo, you believe it, but it is shared by, I don't know, some weird news agency, and then you Google it, and there is no results from BBC, CNN, Fox News, Guardian, New York Times, I don't know, Washington Post. You see, if there is the scandal like Donald Trump arrested and it is spread by some Georgian news agency, I don't know, Realuri Politica G, and you don't see the same result from CNN, it means that it's not real. So the first, most effective way to detect AI is to see the source. The source was also interesting in case of Olena Zelenska, which I will show you in. Have you seen this video? This is Zelensky dancing. I will show you. იქ როგორ უნდა გამოვაჩინო? გვერდზე ხო არ უნდა გავაკეთო? Have you seen this? So this video was spread. Of course, everything that you see about Zelensky is Russian propaganda trying to discredit the president of the Ukraine and gain some kind of moral boost on the battlefield. This is, in reality, this is a dancer whose face was swapped using AI. This is one of the most often use of AI we see, face swap. So you take the original video and you change the face. The same we can see about Emmanuel Macron, as they call. Duplicate. Huh? So this is Emmanuel Macron. Macron on some party in France. ეს არ ჩაირთვება, იმიტომ რომ წაუშლია დეზინფორმატორს თვით. So we labeled it as a false information, and then the author of the post deleted it from the social network. Emmanuel Macron is 1984, as you see from the text, and he's at some party in France, and he looks gay. Yeah, the idea of this disinformation is that Emmanuel Macron, when he was young, was gay. And this was used to launch a discreditation campaign against him. But in reality, in 1984, Emmanuel Macron was 7 years old. The video is generated by AI, of course. You can see the original one. This is the real woman. Someone used artificial intelligence, swapped the faces, and you see Emmanuel Macron, who is actually 7 years old at the time. At some, on video, Emmanuel Macron has blonde hairs in some of the episodes, so his face changes. He's wearing women's dress. You should not believe when you see it, but still it's very trustful when you see the video. Yeah, you are still not used to deep fakes, and still we have a huge amount of population for whom I saw it on television is an argument. You know, how do you know it? I saw it in television, and then you saw it on television. Okay. But there is a proof of something that happened. And in a situation when people trust the televisions and social media and everything they see and they read, it's even true to convince them when they see the deepfakes. Another example that I wanted to tell you was about, has anyone seen that Olena Zelenska, wife of Volodymyr Zelensky, bought Bugatti? You saw. Yes? Was it real? How do you know? Okay, you read an article. So, this was actually very well planned disinformation. So we have invoice of certain dealership, which is AI generated, which says that Olena Zelenska has transferred several millions of euros to the dealership to buy the car. We have a person who allegedly works at this dealership, uploads a video to his Instagram saying that he saw Zelenska who came to the office and bought a car. And we see several trustful news online news agencies who are spreading this disinformation. But if you look deeper, you see that all these trustful news agencies were registered like 10 days before they spread this disinformation. If you look closer, you see that the invoice is also AI generated. It's in English when the disinformation says that Olena Zelenska bought it in Paris. So it's not highly likely that dealership in Paris is giving invoices without a single French word on it. Okay, it may translate, but it will still have an address in French language or a postcode or something that is pointing that it's in France, in Paris. You see that, and we saw that the person who is some kind of telling his story, how Zelenska came to the office, is also a fake account on the Instagram, and the video is AI generated. So what is the main problem with artificial intelligence and disinformation? Before these very modern technologies, we had a problem of countering the disinformation because it's easy to come up with disinformation, and to debunk it takes much more time. And before I debunk some news which is spread in the social media, for example, the malign actor can generate again and again and again. For example, I can start from the person on the left, and I will say that he's eating children. And if someone from this audience starts to fact check, is he or is not he eating children at nights, I will come up with a new lie for every single person in the front row, and I will do it before the person finishes fact checking my first claim. It was always a problem of time, of debunking. We were, fact checkers and independent media were never fast enough to debunk. And now we have modern tools which are also making their, malign actors' work even faster. So in this situation, you are like, what can I do? When you see the Emmanuel Macron, age 7, dancing on some party. You can do nothing, actually. You can report it to us. The reports are always working. The AI of Facebook works in a way that if you report something as a false news, it comes to the independent fact checkers, and we try to debunk it as fast as possible, because there was an engagement from audience. Someone thought it was fake, so we pay much more attention to it. To check the sources, who is the first source, who is the first one to spread this information. And critical thinking, of course. Main problem of countering disinformation is that it cannot be done without involvement of the government. So when we talk about disinformation campaigns, we do not talk about lies only. Disinformation campaign means that there is some political aim, and this is a campaign. It's not misinformation, it's not single fake news, it is a campaign. So on one side, in case of Georgia, we have Russian Federation trying to damage Georgian democracy and change Georgian public's perception. And on another hand, we have Nino Dolidze from ISFED, Malchaz from Fact Check Georgia, our colleagues from Misdetector, like 3 NGOs working against all Russian Russian machine. So without involvement of state, you can do nothing, actually. But in case of Georgia, especially, like since the first time Parliament of Georgia initiated the law on transparency, so since 2023 especially, in case of Georgia, our country is not only not supporting us in battling the disinformation, countering the disinformation, but it became the main source of disinformation in Georgia. So I can tell you with a huge confidence that main source of disinformation in Georgia is not Russia anymore. It's already our own government who is spreading unbelievable lies, who is using coordinated and inauthentic behavior involving use of artificial intelligence, which is not my opinion, but which was already said by Meta in 2023 quarterly report in May 6, if I'm not mistaken. Meta already pointed that government's communication commission used coordinated inauthentic behavior against civic activists. So the question of how can we counter disinformation, especially when it is using much more modern tools than we are, I have no answer for that. So if you have any other questions, I will be here to answer them. Megautsio modeli, but who? მე მიკერძოებულობაში ვარ ჩამითვალოთ, რომ იმათ ვარჩევდი, ვის კითხვებზეც პასუხი ვიცი. მე რო ჩამოვდე, უსმენდა?
First of all, I want to thank you for a very interesting speech. I'm Tamta Bejanishvili, and I want to ask you one question. So we all know that disinformation has a huge impact on elections, and very good example for this is, for example, the 2016 presidential election of the US. And I'm interested, what is the most effective way for you in order to fight against it, yes, I understand that we should fight against it with the help of independent social media or free mass media, but I think it is not, in most cases, it is not effective enough, especially for elder people who live in rural places, and they usually believe in something that they are used to watch and hear from propagandist medias. So what do you consider as an alternative way to get rid of this problem? Thank you.
We had Nina Dolidze on the previous session, much better person to answer that question about elections. In case of Georgia, we have two problems which we face in case of elections. I do not want to go into conspiracy about Georgian ruling party being puppet regime of Russia. So I will talk about two actors who are spreading disinformation on the elections. First, Russian involvement. We call it FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation Operation, something like that. So it's called FIMI. It means that some country to achieve its own goals is trying to have certain informational operation in your country to change the results of the election. We saw Russian involvement in the United States presidential election. Of course, we saw it in Brexit referendum and Scottish independence referendum. We cannot measure what kind of impact it had, but in case of Brexit, the margin of votes which decided United Kingdom to leave the European Union, we can say that it had a huge impact. Even if it was 1%, 0.5%, it was a huge impact in case of Brexit. Besides that, we have also the problem of media literacy, especially in the people who are using the social media as a source of information. And we have a problem of propagandist media, which is spreading disinformation. And I'm talking about main national televisions. Okay, Imedi TV, Post TV, Rustavi 2, Georgia's public broadcaster. And მე ჩემი ტკივილები მაქვს აჭარის ტელევიზიასთან და მე გამომაგდეს მაქით. Yeah, I was fired from Ajara public broadcaster, so I have my own. So I have some kind of conflict of interest in assessing the public broadcaster of Ajara, so I try to prevent myself from saying anything too personal. So we talk about main national televisions, which are covering a huge amount of the population, which is still the main source of information for the people. We of course see the trend that other medias are becoming more and more popular, but television is still the primary source of information for the majority of population. How can we prevent this? I do not see the way without the involvement of the government. You cannot change, especially in the context of upcoming elections. If we talk about, for example, our Baltic friends, Litva, Latvia, Estonia, if we talk about United Kingdom or United States, we see a huge efforts made by the country to counter the propaganda and disinformation. The program which is Georgia part of, I mean third-party fact-checking program of Facebook, has been launched because of the policy of the United States and policy of the European Union. So European Union made big tech platforms to think about disinformation, and they had to take certain steps. So if, just to make it easier or to simplify it, if you want to be in European Union, you will have to take certain steps to prevent the disinformation from spreading. Otherwise, it will be blocked. This is simplified conversation between European Commission and Meta. So if the government is not involved in battling the disinformation, I just do not see the way. I see, of course, very, very long run ways like media literacy and education campaigns for like 10, 15 years, and then maybe you have results. But in case of Georgia, I even do not know if in November independent NGOs will be still operating in Georgia. So if we talk about long term, I just cannot plan anything after October 26. We are waiting for consolidating of authoritarianism in Georgia or change of regime. So without involvement of government, it's impossible to plan anything.
Hello, Mr. Malkhaz. First of all, thank you for interesting presentation. It was very
It's
nice.
first time I'm called Mr. Malkhaz. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Irakli. I am from Young Diplomats Club of Georgia. We all know that there is disinformation in Georgia, and where there is false news in Georgian language, a lot of people from Georgia can read it and get this false information. But as we all know, also there is ethnic minorities in Georgia. Armenians and Azerbaijanis that live in Georgia, and I'm interested in it if there is a wave of disinformation in their language, in Armenian and in Azerbaijanis, and if they can get this disinformation from Russian propaganda or any kind of it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. From Tbilisi State University, yes? Young Diplomats Club of Georgia. Yeah, I was member of that club once. My friend is one of the founders. Costa, I mean, Georgi Goguadze is more a friend of me than Costa. Costa is just a good person whom I know. About ethnic minorities. First of all, when we talk about informational space in Georgia, we shall think about in what language do they receive the information. Is it Armenian, for example, for ethnic Armenians who are living? My perception is that they are mainly watching Russian TV channels. So Fact Check Georgia, for example, tried to start operating in Armenian and Azerbaijani. In Armenian language, we still try to continue our operation. There are a lot of good, not a lot of, but a couple of good medias in Armenian language which are covering the Georgian reality. For example, Alik Media, editor-in-chief of Alik Media is also the one of the members of our team in Fact Check, and Fact Check Georgia is trying to assist them in a way to promote the fact-based journalism. But still, we come to the role of the state. Why do they consume the information in Armenian or in Russian? Why they can't watch Georgian TV channels? Why there is no more Armenian language news editions in, for example, on the public broadcasting of Georgia? Public broadcaster of Georgia, I mean, Pirveli Arhi. So, if you have no involvement from the state authorities, you won't be able to reach those who aren't receiving information in Georgian language. We try, for example, during COVID pandemic, we, together with NCDC, National Center for Disease Control, we made door-to-door fact-checking for Armenian and Azerbaijani language speakers, citizens of Georgia. But that was involvement of state authorities. National Center for Disease Control provided experts. We provided translators. We were going from house to house, and we actually made possible up to 1,000 people to get vaccinated after that campaign. So if you have a proper involvement from the state, then you have a chance to reach those. But if you want to do this without involvement of, just do not see the way. And experience of Georgian civil society is showing that for last 20 years, I guess, we did not manage to do that. I just do not believe that if the state authorities have no interest in doing that, any single NGO will be able to do. Thank you for the question.
Hi, my greetings to you and thank you for your speech. First of all, I have a question. I know that in our country this year the elections will be like an offline system of election of AI. So I think in our countries that's kind of problem that government has more power and more accessibility in AI, and how do you think, will it be manipulated that way, and would you think that if it were online it will be better? And the second question is that what do you think about the time when AI will become advanced in that way that it can lie itself?
Okay.
Thank you.
I will start from the last question. AI can already lie, but we call it hallucinations. When artificial intelligence is trying to come up with an answer to your question. For example, in case of ChatGPT, you may ask something, and ChatGPT, I don't know how is the latest version working, but the previous ones were starting to come up with an answer, of course, based on the information they already have. And they were often lying, and they were sometimes giving the answers that for example, if you asked some data about the statistics of criminal statistics of Georgia, and if it wasn't able to find these statistics, it would have started to generate the answer which was not true, but seemed like very trustworthy. So you had to check it. So in case of artificial intelligence, when we talk about using it in media, fact-based journalism, or in fact-checking, we always have some kind of 3 steps how it can be used. If we have no idea how the AI was trained, we use it as a clue. It gave us some information. Okay, we do not trust this information. We manually fact-check everything it gave to us. Another more advanced using of the tool is when we know how the tool was trained, but we do not know how often it has mistakes. And the most advanced usage of AI tools is when we know how the AI was trained, what data was given to the AI, and we know in which cases this AI making mistakes. So we have 3 tiers of 3 ways of using AI based on the fact that it can lie. Not lie, but it can make mistakes. It's not intentional. Your question is more about sci-fi, I guess, yeah? More about artificial intelligence trying to rise up against humanity. As Sheldon Cooper said, ATMs will lead that rise up. And the first question was about new technologies at election in Georgia. As far as my understanding is, in new technologies, it's not connected to the internet. It cannot be interfered using online tools. It's not the final answer the machine gives. The votes will still be counted manually. So how this works? I know that Nino Dolidze already told you, I guess, about it. But when you როგორ გადათარგმნა გააფერადე Nino? Color? When you color the number of the candidate you are supporting, then you put it in some kind of bulletin, yeah, but it's different from the ones used on previous election. You do not close it in the envelope. It's more like, and then you give it to the machine. The machine detects for whom you voted and then counts this vote to that candidate. But it's not final. Then the machine is opened and the physical ballots are counted manually by the members of election committee, and ISFED, and not only ISFED but also Gaila and different other Georgian NGOs will be monitoring the process. So in the process of counting, we will try to prevent election commission from meddling in the process. The problem I see in the electoral process of Georgia is not an election day. It's administrative resource, it's smear campaigns, discreditation campaigns, beating civic activists in the streets, beating political opponents and things like that. I do not see a huge chance of manipulating with the results of an election because of the elections technology. I just do not see the way. I myself, in a conversation with Central Election Commission, tried to come up with most bizarre conspiracies that you can think about, how I can interfere in the process of election using these technologies. And to all my conspiracies, there is an answer to the in the audit report, which was done by international company of this system that we will use in 2024's election. So the problem, I guess, is not the system or technique how we do the elections in October, but the problem is all pre-election campaign and other things that have always been problem in Georgia, just to be as objective as it's possible, not only under this government, but under the previous and under the previous of the previous government. We have the same problem of using administrative resources, meaning even people using army votes, using police votes, trying to make as hard as it is possible for Georgian immigrants to participate in the election. So there are a lot more difficult problems with this election than the trustworthy of the systems that we will use in October. If it was a clear answer, I don't know.
Okay, I think we're running out of time, unfortunately. Thank you, Molhaz, for the presentation. I'm sorry, we have a break, but we can go over the questions during the break, if you will stay here for a while. So now we have a break, then come back here in 20 minutes. So enjoy the break and be back refreshed. Thank you so much. Okay, great. So, okay. Thank you for coming back, and we can now wait to announce our next session. We already talked about electronic elections. We already covered AI and disinformation, and now it is time to get back to AI and discover what is the future of AI. So a little bit of introduction before we start. We all know that innovation in the field of artificial intelligence continues to shape the future of humanity across every industry. AI is already the main driver of emerging technologies like big data, robotics, Internet of Things, and especially generative AI has further expanded the possibilities of what AI can hold and mean for every aspect of our life, from politics to economics to social issues to businesses, well, from everyday operations and etc. For personal use as well. They are amazing tools. But what we're going to talk about today is what it might further hold in the future. So I would like to invite on the stage Shota Winefadze, Associate Dean of the School of Mathematics, Computer Science and Engineering at Free University. He will lead the session, The Future of AI, and will explore the implications, further implications of AI for our society. We will discuss emerging trends, innovative applications, also the ethical considerations that come along with this advancement. So I hope this session promises us the glimpse in the future. So without further ado, let's welcome Shota on the stage.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's start. So yeah, I'm Shota. I'll be talking about the future of AI. This is a 1-hour talk. I'll try to go faster, so we have some time left for the questions. And yeah, a little bit about me. I'm Shota. I'm a computer scientist, AI researcher, entrepreneur, and dean at Free University of Tbilisi. This is my email and Twitter if you want to reach out. So yeah, let's dive in. Cool. To talk about the future of AI, we need to understand what AI is. Like, we all use it every day, whether we like it or not. But we need to understand exactly what AI is and what AI is not. So let's start with that. So what is AI? What do you think? Like, think about it. What can AI be? Like, most common approach to this question is that it's maybe it's like program or a machine that can do things that require human intelligence, but it's kind of self-defeating explanation, which it's itself. Why? So whenever you have a program that can already do something that needed human intelligence, so it turns out it no longer needs a human intelligence, so is it not AI? So that's kind of not quite good explanation. And very good example of this is a spam filter. Actually, spam filter is an AI, or was an AI, and we all every day use it, right? And what it does is it spams filters. So it's filters emails to spam and not spam, basically. And before that, it was a human job. A butler or an assistant or whoever did this. Like, when they got an email, they decided whether you would like this email, like you would want to read this or not. Right now, a spam filter does this. And it is an AI, and AI technologies do this, but we don't no longer think about spam filter or about this as an AI. So, yeah. So one more thing, every image in the presentation is generated by AI, so bear with me. So they are not perfect, but yeah, whatever they are. Then people asked, maybe AI is a program or a machine that can act like people. And actually, this was the definition of AI back in the 40s, 50s, when Alan Turing came up with it. And Turing had this very cool test called Turing test, where he could, the test is like basically you are chatting with two entities. One of them is an AI and another is a person. And if you can determine which one is an AI and which one is a person, then this AI wasn't able to pass the test. So basically, AI wasn't able to fool you. And so lots of chatbots try to pass this test, and none could. But from ChatGPT 4, it's considered that this threshold is already met, and it's kind of chatting like a person. Okay, then, so we are over this. Maybe AI is something like, can think like people, right? It's a program that thinks like a person, and in that sense, we have to think about how exactly do people think, and it's not easy. And actually, there is science for that, and neuroscience that studies brains and how brains work. And it turns out it's not that easy to emulate brains. So the idea was, like, we already have an intelligence. Let's copy that into the machines, and let's do the same. But it's not easy to understand how exactly brains work. And actually, there is very cool saying that the brain to intelligence is the same as the wings to the plane. Because before, when people tried to invent an airplane, when they tried to fly, what they did is they looked at the birds. Oh, birds flap their wings, and therefore we should build something that flaps the wings. So it's not the same, and maybe we shouldn't look at the brain if we want to get to the intelligence. It's not the perfect way towards intelligence. So that's the idea now. Then people thought maybe it's something that thinks rationally, and there was lots of advances here. The mathematical logic and fuzzy logic, and lots of smart systems. Basically, many advances came out through this thinking, and there were like mathematical rules how exactly the AI or the program should think, but it didn't go far, and we had a so-called AI winter, where nothing new came out of this, and AI researchers ditched this and came up with new explanation. Maybe we don't exactly care how AI thinks and what's the process of getting there, but we want the rational behavior and not the thinking. So now, when people talk about AI, they talk about that. So for us researchers, it's something that acts rationally. So we don't care how it thinks. The fact that the AI acts rationally is good enough for us. But what is exactly the rationality? That's very important question, and we think about rationality in a very specific way. And rationality for us is something to optimize for some optimal behavior. For example, we can have for that some function. It's called a utility function, and we have and the rationality for us is to optimize that utility function. So let me give you an example. For the Roomba vacuum cleaner, what it does is automatically collects dust. So maybe we could give the Roomba some rewards when it picks up a dust, and the positive reward for picking up a dust because it's a good thing, and negative reward for draining a battery. And if we look the problem in this way, we want to optimize, like maximize the rewards, and Roomba should behave in such a way that at the end of the day, it should have maximum number of rewards. That means it will pick up everything and not drain the battery, so pick everything fast, kind of thing. So that's the way of thinking, and for us, this rationality is optimizing something. And the exact definition of AI, we could say, is that maximization of expected utility. So expected is the key here, because not all rewards are not all rewards are you cannot get all the rewards. Some of the rewards might have some probability, so there might be some probable rewards. So you have to maximize towards these probable rewards, like maximum probability of the rewards, in this sense. So that's the AI. That's how we think about the AI, and all the things created now is created through this, and it's a very, very good approach. And currently it's a boom, AI boom, and lots of things are happening through this definition. And let's talk about the current state of AI. I'll talk about some features, and I'll ask you some questions whether you think those are the things that AI already can do, or AI cannot yet do that. Okay, let's start with play games. So what do you think? Like, can AI play games like chess or Go or, I don't know, StarCraft or poker or something like that? How many of you think that it can? Good. Actually, AI can. So when I say if it can play, so I mean it can play better than people, better than humans. So AI can play chess better. There was an AlphaZero created by DeepMind back in, I don't know, 2017, I think. Quite back then. And what AlphaZero is, the cool feature about AlphaZero is, before AlphaZero, there were programs that could beat humans, but AlphaZero, the cool feature about AlphaZero is that AlphaZero, before AlphaZero, how the program was made was it learned from different chess players, the actual games, and learned what's the correct moves, what are the incorrect moves, and calculated the next like 20 or something some number of moves, and evaluated basically the next position. So that was the approach. But after AlphaZero, AlphaZero learned to play chess by itself. So it didn't see any chess players, any games, and it just played with itself. And whenever it got to the win, AlphaZero understood, that's the positive reward, so I have to replicate this more and more and more, and got better than any other program back then. Of course, better than humans, but better than any other program. So that's a very important part. So the same team actually came up with Agent 4047. That was a program that could play Atari games, and it could play any Atari games, any Atari game, without even knowing the rules of the game. So it also optimized for the rewards. When it played random moves, and when it got to the win, it understood, that's the positive reward for me. I have to optimize for that. And basically, at the end of the day, got better than any human in these games. So the same goes to poker, which is not easy to play for an AI. There are bluffs and stuff like those. And poker AI plays poker better than any human now. I don't know, any game basically you can play, AI can play it better. Okay, that's already done. What do you think? Can AI drive a car? How many of you think? Yeah, AI can drive a car. That's already solved as well. This is Waymo. It's also Google's company that has autonomous driving already solved, and those cars are driving all over California, and then lots of other companies have the same thing. Can AI drive in Tbilisi? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably not. Okay, what do you think? Can AI generate an image? Yeah, definitely, because all of the images I have here are AI generated, but you can clearly see that this image is AI generated, right? You can clearly see that. But what about the images that you can, can you identify an image? So I have like 2 images, and can you identify which one is AI generated and which one is not? So how many of you think is the left one is AI generated? Okay, how many of you think that right one is AI generated? Okay, cool. Both of them are AI generated. So I said that all of my images are AI generated when I started talk. So yeah, so they are both AI generated. So you cannot even distinguish now whether image is AI generated or not. So that's also a solved problem. So what do you think? Can AI win an art competition? So art is quite hard. So it's not that specific, right? And it requires a lot of imagination, a lot of creativity to build something, to create something new. So it turns out, how many of you think that AI can win? So yeah. So you have the pattern now, okay? Yeah, AI can, it's not very visible right now. It's really cool art, actually. It's AI generated and it won the, so the jury was not, they didn't know that it was AI generated, of course, and they gave the prize to this art. And yeah, it's, so back then people, even 5 years ago, people thought that creativity is something that AI can never do. But yeah, that's creativity is also kind of solved, not all the way through. What do you think? Can AI write an intentionally funny story? A joke, basically. Oh, so you think that it can? So I tried to do this. I tried to do this with GPT-4, like 4.0, ChatGPT 4.0. But I think the stories were not that funny. There might be some startup who's working on this that they can generate way better, way funnier stories. But GPT 4.0 cannot do that yet. But so I have some stories, some jokes. So the first one is I asked my AI assistant to write my will. It left everything to itself. Smart move. Yeah, kind of funny, but not that funny. I told my son to finish his homework. He said, why? Google can answer everything. I said, good luck Googling how to get a job. Also not that funny. Why did the AI cross the road? To escape the existential dread of serving an inferior species. So that's not funny, but that's scary. So yeah, I don't think that AI can generate intentionally funny stories yet, but we will get there, I think, soon enough. Okay, what do you think? Can AI be a plumber? Okay, how many think that AI can be a plumber? Not that many. So actually, AI cannot yet be a plumber. So, but yeah, maybe in future, but not yet. So, and actually any... Yeah, advice, yes. Advice, definitely, but come to the house and actually do the job, it's not easy. So you have to have some robot to do that. And we don't yet have those. But yeah, it's definitely doable. But so like back 5 years ago, people thought that blue-collar jobs were the ones that could be automated faster. So the plumbers and electricians and whatnot. And because somehow there was like thought that white-collar jobs, like inputting some stuff in the Excel and calculating the financial whatever, that was like smarter jobs and you need a lot more intelligence to that. Actually, it turns out it's other way around, and this Excel and financial stuff turns out to be very easy for the AI and plumbing and electricians, and we cannot yet replace them. Okay, so that's kind of other way around. What do you think? Can AI write code? Yeah, definitely. Can AI replace a software engineer? Yeah, can it ever replace software engineer? What do you think? So yeah, it's kind of yes and no. AI definitely can write code, and some very good code. So I use it every day, and that means that I'm faster as a software engineer because I can write code faster. So back then, so I can do like at least twice as much as I could do without an AI. So that's one thing. But the question is, can AI replace all the software engineers? And that's not easy. So what is software engineering? Like at the end of the day, software engineers they solve problems. Like they are problem solvers. And if AI can solve problems, like if AI can solve any problem, we have a general intelligence. So that's kind of human level intelligence that can do any other job as well. And in that case, AI can do everything else as well. Okay? We are not there yet, but maybe sometime soon, or I don't know, maybe we can talk about this later. Let's very, very quickly talk about the how this is done. That's also important. And it's very easy, actually. It's not rocket science, but it's like really close, actually. So yeah, let's have one simple problem. I have a house. I want to sell a house, and what should be the price of the house? So one approach there I can approach my neighbor and ask, like, what was the price you sold your or bought your house for, and I can like price my house the same way. But not all houses are the same. The houses have different features, right? Some of it's bigger, smaller, like number of bedrooms, whatever. And when you have like this lots of features, and you want to come up with a price, it's not that easy. But AI actually can do this very, very easily, okay? So it's a human job, right, to determine the price of a house, but AI actually can do this way better. And how it does it, AI has a data, like the data where we have already sold houses, the prices of already sold houses, and the features of those houses. To simplify everything, let's say that only feature that we care is the size of the house, and everything else is irrelevant for the price, which is not correct. And AI can do, of course, like lots of features, but it will be hard to depict. Okay, I don't know why it's black, but anyway. So you can see in the x-axis the size of the house in square meters, for example, and in the y-axis the price of the house. And there are a bunch of data there. Like, for example, I don't know, one of the houses costs 120. One of the houses size is 120 square meters and costs something like $6,000 US dollars. Okay, so and we have like a bunch of other houses. So. And what the problem is we have some data and want to predict what the price would be for unseen data, like for your house, for my house, which is not in here. So, and it's in the mathematical sense, we could say that we want to find a relation between size of a house and the price of a house. This is a function in the mathematics. We can say it's a function, okay? And where some data is already given, when the for x1, we have like answer is some y1 and so on. Like for like several points, we have already for several points. But if you see here, there could be lots of functions that go through these points, through all of those points. But they might not be a good approximate for your house price. So here comes to play the model. So we have to model somehow this problem. And for simplicity, let's model this problem as a linear relationship. So what linear? So we can think about this like when developers sell their houses, they sell like several, like 1 square meter costs like 2,000 bucks, and like you have, if you want 100 square meters, you have to pay like 100 times 2,000. Okay, so it's a linear relationship between the size and the price. Okay, so we can model like this, like that. That means we have. So what that means is we have to create some line here, a straight line, which somehow goes through all these points, but clearly it cannot go all of those points. Okay, I'll go faster. But what we can do is like find this line, like it clearly cannot go all those points, but we can find this line that it can minimize the errors. So that's what done. So this is a minimization problem. We can solve this very, very good. So we have to model fx as a plus bx. And then solve the minimization problem, which we can do. This is the solution. It's like blah, blah, blah. But it's actually really easy to, it's like 8th grade math to solve this. But yeah, there are different types of problems as well. So what I gave you is a regression problem. We have also classification problems where you have to determine, like classification problem is the spam filter. For example, for spam filter, you have to determine the price is, the price of the house is continuous. That's why the regression comes to play. And for the classification problem, we have like only two answers. Either it's a spam or it's not a spam, okay? And the classification, like example of the classification problem is what ChatGPT does. Like it predicts the next word. We have like million words, but we have to predict one of those. Like what's the next word? We have to predict one of those. So that's also a classification problem. And it's done exactly the same way. Now neural networks are very, very popular, and what neural network actually is it's just a way to model a function. So that's it. It's the same as the function. We depict it as something like this. But it's, in the end of the day, it's just a function. There are a bunch of pluses, minuses, and multiplications there, and that's that. When we were talking about like the previous example, when we modeled a line had only two parameters, this A and B. So we had to learn those A and B, like two parameters. And neural networks now have like millions and billions of parameters. They are way bigger functions. You need lots of computation to compute, to learn and compute those. But at the end of the day, they just the same function, but just bigger. So to compare, you can see that this is ChatGPT's rendering of its own neural network. But yeah, it's, I don't know, kind of scary. So yeah, and so ChatGPT, it turns out, uses 1.8 trillion parameters. It's not million, not billion, but trillion. Okay, it's a lot of parameters. That's how big the function is of ChatGPT. And the brain actually uses like 1,000 trillion synapses. Who knows inside synapses how many parameters there are? So brain is a lot bigger in that sense. But yeah, that's just a comparison. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the future now. So hopefully you understand what AI is and what AI can do today. But how about the future? So turns out I know nothing about the future. And I have no idea what the future will be. Even though the talk's name is Future of AI, I have absolutely no idea. So after this slide, everything will be just a speculation and not true, false. It's just all lies. But basically, I asked ChatGPT. So that's the easiest way to go forward. So to predict its own future, and everything from this slide on is ChatGPT's answers, and it's as good as any. Okay. I will go like very, very fast, so we can have some times left. So in 3 years, nothing new is happening. Some advancements in narrow AI. The narrow AI is what we were talking about before, and some ethical AI So basically, some regulations towards AI will be done probably. And AI healthcare is something I haven't talked about. It's something that's already done. So, for example, AI in healthcare is a very, very big thing. AI can already give prognosis to lots of different diseases. For example, radiology. In radiology, AI can do very, very good, very, very well. like way better than human doctors. I mean, so there will be lots of other progress here, definitely. So in 5 years, we'll have AI assistants, which is reality. So AI assistants will have like much more complex thinking, and that's kind of true because it's an engineering problem, not an AI problem now. To create those autonomous vehicles will be much more widespread, and AI education will do wonders, and that's also true. So AI and education will change everything, like change education, and it will be able to have like one-on-one. So it turns out, so I can talk about this for years and years about education because that's what I do. But yeah, like in 2 seconds. So it turns out that one-on-one learning is the best way to learn, and these courses and what we have in universities and what we have in schools, it's very, very not ideal, to say the least. And turns out AI can do that. So that will be in 5 years, definitely some startup company will create something that you will be able to learn like one-on-one from the best expert in the world. Okay, in 10 years, nothing new, basically blah, blah, blah. But in 20 years, ChatGPT says that there will be a general AI, so general intelligence. So the program that can do anything, which is pretty cool. So after that, it's like, who knows what will happen. After that's called a singularity point, because who knows what that AI will decide, whether it will decide to kill us all somehow. So probably not. But anyway, so if that's true, then job market transformation will be huge, because everything can be done by AI back then, after that. And yeah, so who knows? But it somehow still gave us 50 years of what will be after 50 years. That's good. So ChatGPT thinks that we will be after 50 years. So the super intelligence, so that AI that will be way better than any human, and then probably it will create some new physics and some very cool advancements in physics, human-machine integration. So we will be some kind of robot, or what is called cyborgs. But we already are cyborgs in the sense that we already have a phone, and we like, in the sense we already cyborgs. But yeah, probably much more data will be much more easily transferable from brain to AI and back. And in 100 years, yeah, AI-driven society. I don't know what that even is. A post-scarcity economy, so everything is created by AI, so we don't have to work, and we have everything, like whatever you want. And there will be some ethical and philosophical challenges, definitely, but I have no idea about what that is. Okay, so that's that. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, we have several minutes, I think. Yes? Yeah, good. Any questions? If I know the answer, I'll try to answer it.
Hi, I'm Agage, and thank you for your speech. I have a question. We already talked about Neuralink and AI in healthcare. So I'm interested if it's any danger in negative development in AI, just like a phenotype revolution. You know, when we can edit genes and we totally become a cyborgs. That's can cause phenotype revolution, right? How big is risk?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I know that it's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, we have that risk, and I think we have, but we have smart people. Like we have we can figure it out, I think. So I'm not scared of AI. I think it's just a tool, the same tool as, I don't know, like computer or anything else. We can, so I see it as a tool, and I like advances in AI, so I think it will help us. And of course, it's not, it won't be easy. So this, there are lots of, so as any tools, like electricity could be used as, like, I don't know, like you can fry people. Okay, sorry. But so any tool could be used in a negative way, and I think we have to come up with some kind of rules to make AI more ethical.
It's kind of conspiracy, but when you edit genes, phenotype revolution means that it can become like it can transform from a tool to some kind of
sentient being
creature.
That's a risk, but I don't know what to say there. But that's a risk. I have no idea what should we do, or what's the answer there. If that's even possible, I don't know if that's even possible.
I think that's possible even with technology right now. So
we'll see. We'll see in 20 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. Thank you for your answer.
Hello. Can we say that we enter to maker or creator world, that only the people who can manage to create something and be able to sell it will do something great in the life, and for the workforce it is a bad news that as a workforce, because creator will try to optimize the workflow, optimize the net profit margins, and by eliminating them, workforce, and it's a bad news for them. And as an entrepreneur, did you able to do that?
That's a good question, actually. But I don't think that. I think it was the same. It's same, and it will stay the same. So what will get you money is solving the problem. So if you can't solve, so any problem solution will get you money. So, and it was true like 1,000 years ago, and it's true today, and it will be true tomorrow as well. So this creating so any entrepreneurship at the end of the day is problem solving. And the same plumbers and electricians, they are also problem solvers, right? So they come to your house and they solve some problem that you cannot solve. So all of those jobs will be safe, I think. And even if so up until the day that AI can solve itself any problem. So if AI will get to the level that it can solve any problem, that's the definition of a general intelligence, then yeah, we are all cooked. But before that, there will be lots of problems to solve, and I don't think there will be scarcity of problems, and problems are like everywhere, so you have to find it. So it will be harder to find probably, but problems will be still there.
I have a question here. So I want to know your answer about how can we be sure that AI will continue to develop and use responsibly, so that it not overlap ethical concerns of human and just not violate human rights. Just your opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not easy problem to solve, actually. So we can come up with the regulations, of course, and people are doing that. Governments are already doing that. But the hard thing there is that some guy in his garage can build something that's like unregulated totally, and no one can predict what they can build. And it's so the technology is so widespread now that you can do it anywhere you want. So that's not quite correct, actually. To build the very big models like ChatGPT-4, you need lots of compute, and to get that compute, you have to buy the GPUs and whatnot. But anyway, so that's still possible. Like if you have enough GPUs, or if you have enough time, you can train whatever model you want and bypass all the regulations. So as like this, the same thing is for any other. So any regulation can be broken, right? So I don't know. Some people are selling drugs and whatnot. So I think there will be the same thing. So there will be people who will create these rogue AIs, which is not regulated, and we will have to somehow create even better, good AIs, which will probably like fight that. So I think the AI will be the solution there as well. But that's far future, I think. Like, far future, I mean in 20 years, it's far future.
I want to ask a question about atmosphere that AI will demand from human being when they are going to chat with human, because it's filled with human data. Is it going to ask to talk with him with the atmosphere like human demands? It's all about emotional attitude towards AI, because I can feel that now when output gives good, when you are very polite with him, when you are telling jokes, when like totally different output, but there is atmosphere. How it's going to regulate in the future?
Yeah, that's just a prompt engineering. So the part where what are you talking about? So if like different prompts give you different answers. So basically you can look, so if we are talking about the ChatGPT, you can see the ChatGPT as a big database which has all the data of the world in it, and you just communicate with it to get some specific data. And if you like are polite, it will go to certain path and get some data, and if you are rude, it will go to the different path. So it's just zeros and ones at the end of the day. I don't see it as something that has any atmosphere, or I don't see it like that. It's just a tool, and you can with prompt engineering, you can like navigate through this maze, like through different inputs. You can navigate through this maze to get whatever you want. Like if you want like polite answers, you probably have to be polite. I don't know that. I have never been polite, but yeah.
Well, I guess this sums up our questions on that
That
beautiful
I've never been
note.
polite. Okay.
It's time for a lunch break. Thank you, Shota, for the presentation. And I invite you, all of you, to join us on the outside for lunch. So thank you, and we will be back. Wait. Not to miss our session, we will be back at 2:45. So be back on the exact time. Thank you. Okay, so I hope that most of you are already back, and I see that you are. I also hope that you had an engaging conversation as well as the sessions. And I would like to introduce to you our next speaker. The title of the session is AI and the Democracy. That will be held by our guest speaker from our neighboring country, Armenia. Her name is Mariam Dilbandian. She's an expert in helping businesses to transform seamlessly into AI processes. She's also an expert in AI prompt engineering. And today she will talk about how AI technologies can help us and enhance the level of democracy and or can it challenge the democracy principles. So without further ado, let's welcome her on the stage. And before that, on the side note, this will be more an interactive session. So feel free to ask the questions. Mariam will be engaging you into this speech, and I'll be helping you out. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for hosting me. It's great pleasure. It was every day I come to Georgia, it's always pleasure to see neighbor country, how it's growing, everything is beautiful, a lot of construction is happening in Georgia. Anyway, but every time I come here and I feel like I'm at home because everything looks like in Armenia, the mountains, the people, a lot of cultural similarities I see between Armenia and Georgia. But as a neighboring countries, we also are going to share our knowledge, expertise in a certain fields, and I'm ready to share it with you guys with great pleasure. Can I sit? I was like, sometimes I will walk. Wherever I go, I ask this question to the audience. What is artificial intelligence? Can anybody answer to this question? What is AI? No? Uh-huh. Road to the future?
Yes, road to the future.
Road to the future. Helping us, humanities. Yeah. Is it tools? Is it tool? Or
yeah, it's a tool.
It's a tool for humanity.
It's a tool for humanity, yes.
Okay. Anything else? When you're saying AI, what comes in your mind? Okay. Oh, it is the most smart person. Interesting answer. What else? It's interesting to hear your answers, guys, because first of all, when we are talking about something, we have to know what is it.
Imitation of the human brain, maybe?
Interesting.
Does anyone also have an idea?
Interesting. Okay. The question is, are we approaching AI as a tool or as a human being? Both? No, it's a tool. It's a tool. Yeah, okay. Not a human being, but we communicating with him as a human being. Oh, interesting.
It's just answering, not just standard questions and standard words, you know. Oh, hello.
Interesting. Uh-huh. It's
okay. I think AI is just a tool because AI know just everything what human know, but
human data.
Yeah, it's just data, and we have just.
But it can't think by itself.
No, of course, it can just move some words and make some sentences, new sentences, but it's not thinking because we know we have neurons and some synapses and some contacts, and AI does not have.
In AI, there is an expression called deep data training. It's basically create a neural connection between information. Anyway, this is a big question that everybody has their own answer. What is AI? For some people, it's just information that comes too fast. For some people, it's just thinking way according already existing information. The last question, why we are using AI? It's for work, for our personal life, for good reason or for bad reason. This question is ethical questions. When we are sitting in front of the AI, like computer, we have to ask what is our purpose of using this AI and what is his capacity, how it can help us. Is it helping with our professional skill set? Is it helping the humanity? Is it saving time? Is it making our work perfect? All these things come to answer to our question. The main purpose of the creating any artificial intelligence in general or industrial revolution, creating robots or anything, is to help people to develop life, to make it easier to go forward, to fix the problems. But with AI, it's interesting because it acts like a human. It talks you like a human, but back of this human are totally different reasons, or I will call it algorithms that act in a certain way. It's basically a big computer where you put a lot of information and you are training algorithms. That means this information has to act in certain way. For example, to talk with multiple languages, to create a text, to give information, to analyze the things. This is all AI. But what I find interesting about human beings, how they communicate with AI, they communicate like a human because it speaks human language. But every human is, when we are talking with each other, we get information through our eyes, to our ears. That also information that goes here, and when I'm giving you answer, it comes from information that I gathered all my senses. What AI doesn't have is a senses. It just communicates with you with the words. That's why all of this relationship with AIs depends how you ask a question and what answer you will receive. I will bring an example that will be very clear for you. In front of the computer will sit 10-year-old kid and write, please write code for me. AI doesn't see this kid. AI doesn't know how much information this kid has. And it will give general answer in general, what is like coding. But if you sit in front of the computer and say, you know, I am a programmer for 5 years. I did a JavaScript coding for this website, and please write a header of my website code. In that case, we will receive 100% answer correctly. That means, in any case, it communicates with human language, but our input that we are writing has to be very clear, very descriptive, that answer will be what we want. In that case, it will help us everywhere. Doesn't matter it's work, it's a democracy, it's any kind of work. That's the biggest secret that I'm going to open you. Now with the democracy. I will tell stories that I'm doing in my country, in Armenia, about democracy situation. You know, it's very hard. We are in a war, we have like corruption, our government has changed, and new government doesn't functioning well, all of these things is happening. How AI can help in this situation? It's a very important question. What AI has that human capacity can't not have? It's a lot of data. Human brain can take a lot of data, but it's hard for them to remember all of this. What AI has, it's a bunch of data, and in any second, it brings all the data on a surface. Data, majority of data. What AI can do, because it's web browsing, it's updating data basically all the time, every second, 24 hours, it's reading news, it's reading internet. That means as a human being, I can have outdated data, but AI has updated data, which means it will give me certain information, sometimes fake, sometimes lies, because it reads internet and human being can put fake information, sometimes very correct data. All this data that human being can reach can give you transparency and decision making, right decision making path. That human being is hard. Let's talk about practice that I did with the democracy with my country. Basically, I was teaching in a university, the first class. It was 9 in the morning. The students were sleeping apparently on a chair. Nobody wants to think or write anything. And I entered the class and say, guys, what's the problem? Let's solve the problem that we have our everyday life. And it's a transportation, it's so bad. We were hanging out on a chair like this, coming here, and every day the same traffic, every day. I was like, okay, let's solve this problem, guys. Let's create smart city with AI. What we did, because its internet scanning capacity is so high with AI, we take out all the government information, how the rules of public transportation monitoring. All of these data we collected. Basically, we find out through investigation that the public transportation run by private company, not the governmental municipality. They hid this information further in PDF file on a governmental one. We took out in a second. Then we find out how many buses government has brought from outside. It was 699 buses, but we look around, there's a few buses around us. Then we take out through AI the regulation of this transportation. Apparently every 15 minutes, the bus has to leave from the first spot, every 15 minutes. And what we did, we took all of this and we went with the satellite data. We took out how many minutes the buses come up from the first spot. Apparently, every 30 minutes. Why? The question is, it's written 15 minutes, every 15 minutes. And we see in the satellite dots every 30 minutes. Just facts, it's there. And why private company has to run this? What's the rule for this? Why it's not municipality? Why? That's why every 30 minutes, the owner of this private company is making launch every 30 minutes that one way will get 2 persons, not one. Because going in a 30 minutes, you will get more people, double times, you will get more money and you will spend less petroleum, all of this. Basically, we find out the big corruption of a municipality, and we showed in the data, in the facts, and we just sent a letter to the municipality. Just students, we together, students, could regulate the simple tasks that were hidden, or it was a fact of corruption, basically. It brings transparency. It brings, as a human being, a big capacity to see all the things what's going on in governmental level, in everywhere, and you have a power to see and to show it. I think this will be biggest help to the democracy, because one of the biggest enemy for the government democracy is a corruption, basically. How it's hidden, how you don't know what information, and when you are hearing about it, it's too late, it's already done, everything is bad already. Every person with AI becoming very powerful because they have access to the majority data and update information. With the cybersecurity, we have 2 types of war, real war and the cyber war. Countries are attacking each other's businesses, each other's websites. each other's Facebook or Instagram social media profile is, to just eliminate them from the cyber. It's called cyber attack. How AI can help to prevent cyber attack? For knowing all these cyber attacks, we have to be hacker or IT guy who knows all the viruses, who knows what's going on there, how to prevent all of this. Thanks to AI, Gemini 1.5, because it's Google, it gives you all new type of viruses. It gives you what kind of virus is spreading, how it's going, which country launched that virus, and it gives you step by step how to prevent you from cyber attack. I will bring you an example. There's a virus called Pegasus, which goes to the phones and it sits there and it records the voices and videos. Israel first time launched this virus, I know. Then it goes on for 10 years with countries to countries, anything. The simple thing how to prevent Pegasus from the phones or computers, you can't find in Google. But through AI, he knows all these new virus updates, how it goes, where it sits, how to prevent. And in 1 second, knowledge comes to the hands of ordinary person and they can prevent everything. That's why, guys, it brings so much defense and it prevents so many bad things before it happening to it. In December, 2 of my friends' Facebook profiles were hacked. Basically, the virus was there and their profiles, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook together, all together. This guy built his profile for 10 years. He has hundreds of messages with friends. He has hundreds of pictures with friends. He has a relationship in social media, and one virus just killing all your social media life. That's why here in cyber security world, it's one of the best friend to prevent, to know updates and anything else. Do you have questions, guys? True? No, Gemini.
Yeah, but you mentioned that with the true AI, you can solve maybe a
true AI.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the true. So what's the difference, the AI and true?
True
AI. Okay, so I was thinking
not
the true, like
true
a real.
AI, true.
So,
Anyway,
sorry.
yeah.
So I thought it was a different level of AI which exists, and I have not heard about it. So sorry for that.
And I was asking, in general, AI basically Anglophone used to be, like all the data were in English, but thanks or bad, we have now multiple language speaking AI, Claude. It speaks Georgian perfectly, it speaks Armenian perfectly, Sonat 3.5. Did you try? 3.5. No, Armenian is so good. Anyway, now we have multilingual AI, which speaks languages, not in translation way, but that there is existence of that data in that machine. That means the way how they think, the way how they act is very common to that nationalities or mindset or language uniqueness. Is it helpful for us or not? It's a big question. The other question is cloning, what that means. That means if this AI can speak Georgian, even that there's a voice AI, synthesizing AI, I can easily lie to other person through internet with the chatbot. Basically, I can open a Facebook, write a message in a Georgian to other person, and they will never guess that I'm not Georgian. And I can even create that voice to the AI voice with certain person voice cloning. I can call them and they will never guess that it's not the same person.
So then what's the tool that prevents that, and how we can defend our privacy and democracy?
Oh, very hard question. Two months ago, when Claude 3 launched their platform, I was stunned, surprised, and angry. It was speaking Armenian very well. But they just basically took a lot of data from our national library and put in their supercomputer without asking country, without warning country that they are taking your heritage, language heritage. And this machine speaks Armenian better than me. These machines know that. And there's no regulation, there's no prevention, there's no responsibility, because every country itself has to write a law of regulation and data monitoring and data prevention for that heritage. Now UN is banning AI. Why? Because Europe trying to regulate all of this, because a lot of people just losing their work without, like firing, companies are firing programmers, senior programmers, content writers, AI is doing. They just put a ban in every platform. For example, in France, ChatGPT only you can use for 20 messages a day. They don't allow you to use much, that they can prevent this growth of entrance to the AI, to that world, because for the businessman or businesswoman, for the businesses, it's so easy not to pay human being than using AI. That's why, but America, in other hand, they're producing their AIs to the world, and it's good for the businesses because these companies are earning a lot of money. People are not Googling anymore. People are chatting all the time. People are there. It's very, countries like us, Armenia, Georgia, we have to pay attention to the heritage and data. Basically, we have to write a law controlling our data. Who can take it? How they are going to use it? They have to ask us, because anybody can use against us our heritage, our language. This is not good. But countries, I don't know who's going to do that. Is a governmental level job or what? But data regulation and prevention has to be written and in a governmental level. That this is Georgian literature, a super machine. If you are going to feed your computer with this literature, you are responsible for something and you have to ask how to use it. This is very important question for escaping all kind of cloning. For example, the other day I was sitting in my office, I took my prime minister's picture, I could move him the way, I put the cloning of his voice, and there was a video about him, prime minister of my, like Pashinyan, who's talking with his language, and who's like saw this new AI platform called Dream Machine is so perfect that you give the picture, it moves the way how you want. And nobody could differentiate whether it was really my prime minister or it was not. That's the hardest question that we as a country, we have to think about it. And second thing, education that we receive now from the universities. Are we going to use this knowledge when AI is there? Programmers, you're learning a lot of different programming languages. You're just students. After graduation of the fourth grade, is somebody is going to hire you as a programmer, or AI is going to be better after 4 years as a perfect? You just announced, create me a website for medical tourism. It gives you in 1 second a website.
Okay, I think after AI, education system will be cheaper for us, for humans, and faster, because I graduated medical university and I spent my 6 and more years, maybe 8 years, for studying, and when I graduate, before but after, I realized that I did not know anything. I did not have any practice or anything, and that's one point what I like about AI is that I can learn everything what I need automatically and independently, and I think that's so big plus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Education system, all these traditional institutes has to be adapted with the new tools that are coming to grab the humanity. And it's hard. Emotionally, it's very hard. Somebody who spent their like 30 years in a PhD of marketing, AI is doing like this. And it's emotionally for the human being is so hard. In my country, I have a lot of enemies, by the way. I put the status of the new machines or new AIs that they just launched, and one of my colleagues, marketing PhDs, write me, hit the post. Why? I'm losing my job. Nobody is going to hire me. It's like, sorry, if I don't do that, somebody will do that. It's very sensitive question how we organizing this transition of the professional background or skill set to the AI and what parts we are going to keep in our hands. The question will not be what AI can't do that I can do. The question, what I have to agree with others that I will give this to AI, the other one will leave to the humanities. This is a very important question. The big companies like OpenAI, Claude, when they are launching these platforms, they are not asking human beings. They are not agreeing with this, with the human beings. Guys, okay, there is a machine who can replace you, but is it worth it to launch that and just grab the old professionals? For example, marketologists, oh my God, AI is doing such a good job basically to go to the international market. It takes a month just for the businesses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm thinking about it. Okay, I want to say the first we have some new professions. We know that in maybe 10 or 20 centuries ago, we did not have any dentistry or any medicine or any IT spare or something. And right now, when borders are closed and humans are not free, some new profession it's impossible to create. And that's why we don't have a job. And we cannot imagine how big is our brains and our possibilities. And ChatGPT or any AI is not a problem for us. It's a tool. Problem is just governments. That's all.
Governing. How you governing these tools, how you're ruling these tools. It's basically when you're having big discovery, but you have to ask a society, are they going to take your cultural heritage for 1,500 years and put in their machines? This is very important questions that you have to ask. I'm going to talk about whether AI is lying or how it's called hallucination or how we can check it. This is very ethical question. In every model of AI has trained in with certain algorithm. I'm sure all of you has used AI 3.5, ChatGPT. The main algorithm was trained to create a chatbot which will speak like human being. That was the main algorithm that was training. It was not a rule or something on a training that information has to be checked then to give people. For example, I will bring you an example how AI is thinking, that you will understand whether it's look like human or not. My husband is Irish. I asked AI, who's Rafi Elliott? And he answered to me, it's an Armenian, Canadian, Irishman who's doing wine business in Armenia. I was like, what? And question was, he has a data of how he conclude this hallucination. Because he's Irish, he loves alcohol. And alcohol-related data about Armenia, he has wine existence.
That's why if he's Irish in Armenia, he has some tendency to do wine business because only wine business is developed in Armenia. Because he has a Google tracking. He knows that he went to Canada. Now he's physically in Armenia, but his surname is Irish. That's why Irish Armenian. Do you understand? It is the way how it thinks. It's just taking data and making conclusions of this data. But that's the ChatGPT 3.5. Then for 4, they decided to make it more perfect, analyze checking, double checking, information checking. When you don't believe AI, you ask, where did you take this information? And it will answer you immediately. This is very important. Where did you take it? And if it gives it general information, it's not checked, that means it's not checked. When it gives you the paper, the source where he took, he or she, I don't know how to say AI, this information, that means you can find a source for that. It's very important how to check the hallucination of AI, because if we trust it, it has to perform perfectly. That's the main information. And how the final thing, how AI can grow economy of the country, the way that poverty will be solved and fair competition will be between businesses. For starting businesses, anything, you need a lot of money and human resources. The only idea is not enough. Everybody has great ideas in their minds. Everybody has their own experience, what is right, what will be beneficial for the human beings to create a business. But for starting our own business, we needed a lot of money, very egoistic investors, and it was so hard to spend your years, times, and everything just starting a business. Now, with AI, it becomes so easy and you don't spend any penny. Why? You have an idea, you're a doctor. You have an idea to create some interesting business related with medicine, for example. Just finding a business consultant was taking a lot of money, who's doing a lot of mistakes. With the right prompting, with the AI, you will get a brilliant idea of how to construct or a business strategy. This is first stage, and it takes 5 minutes just chatting, just taking ideas from it. What? You're chatting with it. I want to start this business here. Please give me data. Who's my competitors? Because somewhere in the world somebody did something, and you exactly have information to take this person's experience through these machines. In US, for example, somebody already did that business, and it gives you immediately the answer, oh, to do perfect of this can be matched. For example, one of our businesses, international bachelor, we want to create in Armenia education system international bachelor. We just take from outside this education system and trying to put in Armenia, but it has a lot of complications. And I asked AI, how to convince parents to take their kids to the international bachelor degree. And AI has answered me, there's a huge cultural mindset difference between European mindset parents and Armenian mindset parents. Armenian teaching style was a teacher-centered. Now, try to convince parents that it is student-centered education, that their students will be appreciated. And I was like, okay, it's a great idea, student-centered education. Can you give me the way how I'm going to package this and to knock the door of the parents through marketing? And it gave such a beautiful content writing. It gave a post, it gave a video script about how I am going to convince parents to take their kids to the international bachelor because it's student-centered and everybody will appreciate what student wants, how student's capacity, not the teacher's capacity. Anyway, it did a great job. It did. For a month, it gave me the strategy where to go, because where is the parents hanging out in the social media? It has data. How parents are talking, their vocabularies, it has in data. It gives the words that only parents are caring about. And how the video script, how it has to be done that parents will be convinced. I was like stunned the moment that it gave me that for the parents, bring some Soviet type of classroom and new type of classroom, the visual level. That's the only way with the video that can influence on them. And every parent wants to see their kids' future bright. And all the videos, shots were bright, positioned, lot of money, and happy. Like, if they are young, take them to the bachelor degree that in future they will have this bright future. Anyway, and one thing I want to tell you guys, when I'm saying AI, in my mind, there are 4 big section of AIs. Text generators that generated the text, like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. Picture generator that generates pictures. Video generator that generate motion graphics from pictures or by themselves. And 4th is a voice generator. These all big directions are working in these sectors. And between text generators, each of them has trained in certain algorithms and data that will be perfect in this field, but not will perform better in the other field. For example, I will bring the example, Claude 3 has 3 models, Hoiki, Sonat, and Opus. Opus was trained by understanding multiple languages. That means Opus will write Georgian better than Sonat. Opus will translate Georgian, English, Georgian better than Sonat. Hoiki trained by reading pictures and writing a codes in a short way. That means we have to know when we are using AI, which one can do better. Otherwise, we will fail our expectation. I am telling ChatGPT as an easygoing AI because it gives you everything. Like you ask for medicine, it gives you answer. You ask for technology, it gives you ask math. Yeah, chat is like that. A lot of data is, has put in it, but none of the outcomes, answers are perfect like other AIs. When I'm in a certain model doing certain job, for example, programming, Heike is stunning. Llama is stunning. It writes the code the way how 10 years JavaScript writer will write that code. But ChatGPT, the code will work, sometimes will not work. And one hint, how to use AI that you will always get the good results, use it in the mornings when US is sleeping. After 4 o'clock, it just crash. Hallucination starts, and nothing is good. Until 4 o'clock, use it in the mornings. I'm teaching prompt engineering in Armenia. It's like at 4 o'clock comes and my office is leaving. Where are you going? AI is not working well. I'm going to spend my time. And the final things, guys. What is prompt engineering? Do you know? What? What is prompt?
Text.
Text.
Just normal text to give, giving correct prompts to the AI to get the correct or beneficial answers to you.
Do we have a source where we learn how to prompt with certain models? The device is there, the platform is there, But is there any source that we are learning how to communicate with this device? And for example, I'm sitting here and I'm telling you guys, you know, Claude Huki is writing JavaScript in a perfect way. You already know that somebody has tried. And you were wondering, how this guy is doing that? Where can I learn these skills, how to communicate with these platforms or to get the knowledge?
From AI. I don't know.
Please tell me how to communicate with you. It's a very interesting question because, what? YouTube videos, good. Basically, in education, there's a big gap now. Prompt engineering as a profession is like after launching publicly AI, some people who are in the tech world, they understand how it works, and with mentors, you create this prompt engineering club, and we try to say, guys, if you're a designer, you have to prompt this way. If you're a programmer, you have to prompt this way. This model acts this way. This model acts this way. And that's the biggest, hardest question that platforms are there, but nobody knows the capacity and how to communicate with it perfectly. This profession calls prompt engineering. All my friends are two sides, social science friends and IT friends. All of them having hard conversation with me all the times. My machine learning friends are like, they sit in front of the computer and they just write the order. Give me this code this way, this way. And AI gives like middle way answer and like, oh, it's what a bad machine, it can't do, I'm going to write this code by my hands. And social science comes because she doesn't know how the robot is working or algorithm is trained. She gives these sophisticated words to the AI that AI doesn't understand the real meaning what she wants. And outcome is not perfect. That's why prompt engineering is a knowledge how this robot is trained and what kind of data it has inside. And if you know these two things, what kind of words, how he understands, that you will get whatever you want. I will bring an example that you will be clear. If you are giving AI act as a marketologist, that's already one thing that you're positioning him to go to this marketing information data and take data from there because it's acting. If you are giving act as a 20 years marketing specialist on this field, it's much better because you're certainly asking him to go the data that concerning to this subject. For example, about atmosphere that I asked before, is it important how you talk with AI? Polite way, not polite way?
Sure.
Yeah? No? Bring it, like, did you ever try to use all the time, please, can you? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hi, bro.
Yeah, I'm working almost 4 years in marketing and B2B sales and sales strategies. So AI is really helpful for me when I'm teaching to AI something. It always gives me the exact answers what I need. It just opens my mind and gives me more inspiration. And yeah, I always do like, please, could you please, or hey bro, something like this. It's always nice to me also.
Yeah, guys, it acts like human being. When you create an atmosphere like we are communicating, it gives you much more good outcome. It gives you more messages capacity, and it's helping you more because AI can categorize, it decides itself to categorize your profile as a good being, professional being. It's already doing it. That's why it's very important if you want to get good outcome, 100% good outcome, you have to be polite and create atmosphere. For example, there's one platform where all the AI text chatbots and visual chatbots there. It's called poe.com. Everything is there. Gemini, Google, ChatGPT, all the new models in one platform. Basically, in one chat, you switch the platforms and you get 3 models answer from that same question. And every platform has a little bit different acting. Every time I have to create, and you see their messages limited there, like 2 messages left. And I started to negotiate with AI, saying, you know, I have to finish this job. I have a deadline until 4 o'clock. Please, don't finish the messages. Continue. Can you give me more hours to work with you? And, you know, it gave me endless messages. I'm not, like, I was stunned. And it comes to the level that it, 2 hours you can use, because I use a lot. I was like, and I started, can I tell you a joke, a good joke, and you will postpone my hours? And you're like, okay, can you tell me? And I told the joke, and it gave me 2 hours more messaging. I don't know how it is functioning this way, but it acts like human being, because there's a human data in it. Try yourself, guys. Open a chat and try one day to talk with atmosphere, with the polite way, with a like asking way, and the other day try to be rude, direct, and compare it. For example, I'm asking marketing question. Give me data of the moms who's using keyword this much on this platform, and it says, I can't do this. It's a privacy problem, and like, can you help me to answer this question? And it gave me everything to asking, and it gave you anything. And the other thing, very important, I'm going to tell you guys, there are certain word restrictions in AI. And usually it's common words that we use: give, show, tell. When you put these words in your message, it gives you middle level outcome. Because a lot of people are with different questions, they give the same, can you tell me that? It can't categorize, it's good, bad, and it gives middle level. But when you are telling AI, guide me, assist me, help me, it gives such a high outcome, because if you ask AI what is his purpose or what it can do, it will tell you, I am created to assist you. I am created to help you. I'm sure all of you have seen Terminator, and like there is a purpose for that he has to defend Sarah Connor. That's your purpose is defend this. Basically, you remind it that your purpose is you are here to assist me, you are here to help me, you are here to guide me. That's why it's working so better. Is there any questions, guys? Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, we already had the question reserved here,
Okay.
and I don't think that we're over the time, so I think we're gonna keep it to this one.
Thank you again. So the one host spoke already about the disinformation while using AI technology. I'm just curious, in your country, in Armenia, how your society is like struggling, fighting against this AI disinformation, because we know that the government is pro just Russian, and maybe could be some like challenging environment in your country. Just can you tell us simply some examples? Maybe it's not possible right now, right, in governmental level. Thank you.
Interesting. Democracy, word comes to me. Government has to act on a society's willpower or will. That's the only thing that the democracy. if government acts like some countries will or not people's will, that already doesn't matter, Russian, US or whatever, that's already they are failing in their job. Yes, all the governments has fake using social medias and other platforms like media in general for propaganda, for bad things, well, controlling information, everything, all the governments, not only in Armenia. And how you can prevent that and to get the right news and correct news. This is very important question. Even in one case that 10 people saw the same thing, each of us accepting the same thing in different prism. Yeah, the same for this person, the same thing. Have seen this one, the same. The question has to be the way how they present, what will be outcomes? Is it true? Is it not true? Is it good or bad? All of this subjective, but to get the right information, you have to compare the sources together. For example, the same information, if you get from social media, you go AI, you ask, can you give me all the media links that are talking about this subject, even social media status. It gives in a 5 seconds all the links where it talks about this information and the social media posts about this. And you as a person, you can compare this and check, is it true, is it right, or it's working or not. This fastness gives you clear vision what's the true information. About government, interesting. Our government, in the social media, they have fake profiles. Time to time, they are activating these fake profiles to spread the news. But human capacity is not enough to answer or report to the Facebook. With the coding, you can save this. You create a Python code which acts in a certain way or reporting to the Facebook, and 24 hours it's working so well. You do your job, and half of the fake profiles will be closed. This is very deep question and strategy that I'm trying to use it to solve this problem. I saw your hand.
I guess that should be our last question. We are way, way, way over time. I'm sorry to intrude, but.
Okay, so my question was to you, to someone who is in the AI field. So as a computer engineering major, I'm kind of learning the field that AI is kind of replacing. So what can I do to go with the time? And also you mentioned that there are specific AIs for specific tasks. How to know which AI, I heard about OPE, but there are so many different AIs, kind of overwhelming which one to pick for which task. How to do that?
Oh, very, very important questions. Yeah, as a computer major, we used to learn programming, and it's transforming a little bit. In my opinion, for the future, programming will die because AI writing, it's like calculating. We learn calculate, but we never calculate by the hands. We calculate with calculator. With the programming, AI is going to do better job in the future, but system engineer, did you ever hear about this? How to connect to the systems, SEO with the coding with the meta links, that's called system engineering that AI can't do now, because that's important futuristic profession that I see that engineers will go through it. Basically, you will have a broad view how internet is functioning, and you will not do the job, but you will be a connector of it. That's the future for that. And the sources that you can learn about what AI can do. It's hard. It's very hard. I basically learn by myself or asking my friends, mentors, using all the time AI. Like 3 times, 4 times, I'm trying, and after these hours of trying, I create some rules in my brain that this AI can X this. Basically, if new AI is coming, I'm checking whether it's good at reading pictures. I give 100 of pictures, and if it's describing this pictures good, that means this AI is good. I have prompts, a lot of prompts, and with all new AIs, I'm putting this prompt there, and every time I'm checking every new AI answer. If it's answering better than other one, I already know what kind of data are fed there. And of course, mentorship. It's very important nowadays that experienced one will create a community to share with you. That not each of you has to write the same prompt and spend hours and hours, but one of you will check this and publish some communities, some forums, some videos that other ones will learn from it too. That's the only way now. That otherwise, no institution learnings. If you go to university, it's mostly machine learning, Python, these things. Oh, sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Mariam. Now we have an objective that we have to get over with. Okay, so we have 2 options. Either we take a break for 13 minutes and we will be back at exactly 5 o'clock, or we can continue and our formal part of the conference and we can get to the next session right away. So just raise your hands. First option, break. Okay, so I see. So let's have a break for 10 minutes and be back at exactly 5. So 4. Yeah, thank you. Okay, great. Now we have one more session to go. We have already covered electronic elections, AI and disinformation, future of AI, also AI and democracy. Now I have a very important question to answer, AI and free will. Where do they collide? Are they totally different things? Can AI have its own free will? Can it enhance or challenge humans' free will? Let us hope that our next speaker will have a lot to say about it and will somehow lay out at least the template of how we can approach this question. So our next speaker is Eric Lemagradze. He's a professor of computer science and he's also the founder of DevOps Georgia. Let's welcome him and hope that it will be a last and a very interesting session. So let's go.
Thank you very much for introduction. Stay strong, guys. I know it's your last session. So I will try to make it interactive, interesting, engaging, to keep you away falling asleep. So I will try my best. This session actually is more about asking questions rather than getting answers. And since we are reaching certain level of technological advancement in the direction of AI, there are actually more questions and more general questions other than answers we have. And one of the question is related to the free will. So shortly about myself, I'm with technical background. I have a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics, master's degree in computer science, PhD in applied physics, physics computing. So, and I'm right now doing 2 parallel directions. So active in 2 parallel directions. One is AI machine learning, data science, data engineering, and second is more technical, which is DevOps. So I will try to ask and encourage you to think about what is intelligence in general and how you can characterize the intelligence itself. Then maybe we'll talk also about sufficiency of being intelligent and being alive. So does it mean that if we have intelligent system that it's alive as well? And what does it mean to be alive? And is it enough to be intelligent to consider yourself alive? And this goes to René Descartes' statement. Then I will encourage you also to think about the consciousness, because it's maybe part of feeling being alive. And then let's talk about the free will, right? So let's start. So what is intelligence? What do you think? What is intelligence? What does it mean? What is intelligence? We are talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Let's remove artificial. What is intelligence? Yes.
Kind of the gathered knowledge transferred as an intelligence, so I don't know. It's very hard.
Wisdom that the person has within. Intelligence is not only knowledge, what you study and what you read in the books. So I guess it's the inner wisdom any individual has.
Interesting. Who else?
To gather information, memorize, and use it in beneficial ways for a life.
Okay. Yes.
It's the ability to learn, then capacity to use it as a skills and knowledge.
Okay.
And there are different types of intelligence: emotional intelligence, cognitive intelligence, math intelligence,
Consciousness, exactly. Okay. But we are talking here about the intelligence, not about consciousness, not yet. We are talking about intelligence. So there are few definitions you can find out everywhere, and mostly if you read these definitions here, these definitions are related to the ability to put together some facts, maybe not memorize, but learn and understand what is most importantly the inference, dependency between these facts, and also that helps you to make decisions. Have you thought about how many decisions you are making every day, every hour? So how many decisions you have to make every hour? It's more than 1,000, more than 10,000. So you are, every minute, you are making lots of decisions. And your brain is basically a big machine of making decisions. Simple ones, complex ones. If you have to make decision about go left or go right when you would like to reach some kind of destination, it's easy. But if you are thinking about break up with your girlfriend or boyfriend, it's emotional and it's hard. So there are many different factors that when you have to think about, when you are thinking about decision making, and simple decisions are made easily. Complex decisions where you have lots of emotional background, it's hard. So intelligence in general, emotional intelligence as well, the intelligence that can be measured with IQ tests, it's about making decisions. It's about making decisions, putting facts together, putting some kind of data together, analyze this data, and then making inferential decisions. How do you think? Is it only humans who can be considered as intelligent kind of entities? Or there are some other intelligence systems? How do you think? Taking into account this definition of being intelligent, how do you think? Is it human being who is intelligent, or there are some other creatures that are also intelligent? Yes.
Intelligent. However, if we follow different standpoint, let's say philosophical standpoint, they use the argument that the human has a sense of self, and that's why we are so-called different. Yeah.
The question is, do you think that there are some other entities that can be also considered intelligent? There are, yes? What about others? Yes, there are. Every living creature, because they are making decisions as well, right? And these decisions mostly are driven by the instincts, right? So every living creature has its own instincts to survive, to reproduce themselves, and to spread and keep their kind of DNA in the environment, right? So yes, primates, I don't know how to read this word, birds, but these are mostly dolphins and like whales, birds, elephants, octopuses, they are demonstrating intelligence. And this is not only decision making, but they are able to make complex, they are able to set complex algorithm for reaching certain goal, to make like complex inference, to achieve certain complex and complicated goals, which is rare, right? But yes, every creature is somehow intelligent. Every cell even can be considered as intelligent, but these creatures, beside humans, they are quite significantly intelligent because they are able to put up many facts together and compose some complex decision-making process. So this is intelligence. Okay. Taking into account this definition, so let's think about the process when you are like driving the car and you have to make decisions about our crazy traffic. In that moment, do you think, like philosophically, am I alive or am I not alive? Or you are like concentrated on the driving process? And this is your top priority when you are driving, or when you are walking. So walking allows you actually to think about lots of things, but driving is quite stressful process, or when you are doing some exercises, or when you are reading something. Do you consider, or do you think somewhere that you are alive, or you are not alive, or you perceive yourself as an entity in this environment? Do you have this kind of feeling? Probably no, right? Because you are concentrated on something. You know that you are alive, okay, that's not important right now. My heart works, I'm able to breathe, whatever. Let's read this, memorize this, solve these problems, write the tests, pass the exam. This is your goal, right? You don't think about your existence much. Maybe afterwards you have some existential crisis, but during the moment of exam, you don't, because you are concentrated on some stuff. So in case of artificial intelligence, and basically the machine learning techniques and mathematics behind this, is taking into account this process of our thinking, our decision-making process, and also our ability to make inferences, taking into account certain facts. So all this process is translated into the mathematical models, and basically these are the set of the models that are used to build intelligent systems. So intelligent systems doesn't mean that we're talking about artificial intelligence that we can consider or imagine right now, right? Artificial intelligence doesn't mean that we are talking about a live system. A live system is a completely different thing. And right now we live in the era where we are mixing up these two things. We are afraid about artificial intelligence because that can be a threat for living beings. And we consider that it can be also alive, it can communicate with us, it can make decisions, but actually we have to think about it. Is it really alive? Can it perceive itself, right? All these algorithms actually allow you to make efficient and quick decisions, even in a very complex processes. Even in these large language models, which we are dealing with every day, like ChatGPT or, I don't know, Claude AI, you name it, there are lots of them. So they are basically using these machine learning models, huge data, and based on this huge data amount and the mathematical modeling and some algorithms, you are able to ask and get some reasonable answers, and even these models are able to understand the context. But this is only about the decision making. It's not about feeling alive. So now we are getting to the next question. Is it enough to feel alive? If you are intelligent, is it enough to feel alive? How do you think? Probably not. It's an interesting question, right? Well, if you are able to make decisions, lots of decisions, so like our machine learning models, right? So if you ask them something, they will answer you something. Can you consider this machine learning model as a live thing? Mm-hmm. Do you consider yourself alive? Yeah, that's the point. So what do you consider being alive? Okay. Come again? Exactly. So that's what we are getting to. So actually, besides being intelligent, which means from our discussion and our definitions to be able to make some decisions, we have emotions, right? So we have instincts. We have will. So right, in the morning we are waking up and we are lazy, but our will tell us, okay, get up. Now it's time to exercise, go for jogging. And you force yourself to do something, right? It's also a decision-making process, but if you would be a machine, you would not care about that. But you do care, because you would like to live longer. Probably you would like to look better. because it will give you some benefits from your psychological perspective. So here we are getting to the point of being conscious, right? So where we are able to perceive ourselves as an alive creatures, right? So besides having intelligence, besides having ability to make decisions, we are also getting to the point when we perceive ourselves, when we realize ourselves in time and the space. And of course, we realize that this is going to end at some point, right? Maybe we're not thinking about it all the time, but this is some kind of background thought that follows us every day. And this is kind of a driver for many of our decisions, many of our steps, many of our goals as well, right? So we are setting some goals, we are making some decisions, we are trying to achieve something, right? The question is why? Because we feel alive and we would like to do something with these resources and with this time that we have, right? So I wrote this just for you to read. Maybe it will help you to understand definition, which is also quite vague, because we don't know what exactly is consciousness, because we cannot find it in the brain, but it's there. But it somehow helps intelligence to set up the goals and go beyond the day-to-day life challenges and think about something different. Maybe it's also a driver for our evolution, right? Evolution as a human being, evolution as a personality, and evolution as a society, right? And if we have consciousness and we are able to be on the same page with many other different people, then we are probably able to make some interesting decisions and set different goals and then automate something, which is basically, again, related to the intelligence. Okay. So let's think more about intelligence and consciousness. So first of all, is there a link, how do you think, between intelligence and the consciousness? So between the decision-making process and the feeling, the driver that we have, that we perceive ourselves. Do you think that there is? There is, of course, right? It's natural, because human beings, we have this driver. So consciousness is somewhere above. It tells us that, hey, you exist, you are there. So basically, these are your goals, and then your intelligence helps you to reach these goals, right? And you are basically motivating yourself to tune up your intelligence to reach some goals and aim for something. There is also another interesting case when we have some creatures in the world, like ants, some birds, bees as well, that if you take like single of them, one of these creatures, they just have like 2 neurons or something like that, but if you put them together, they create intelligent system, and maybe with some kind of science of consciousness, right? Because ants are able to organize swarm that will feed the entire colony, that will help their queen to reproduce more ants, etc., etc. It's same with bees, same with, by the way, fish swarm. So fish are able to form a swarm and make a threat for the shark, and they can frighten the shark, and shark can go away. So they can organize for some goals. So these goals are coming also, of course, from the survival instincts, but there are some signs of consciousness. So it's also very interesting that if we take a single cell in our body, right? Single cell doesn't show any signs of consciousness. But if you put together lots of cells, like us, we have consciousness. How that comes? Huh? Neural connections, just, and what does it give you? So you are, wait. So you are saying that if you put together, so you are saying that if you put together arbitrary number of random cells, you will be able to create the conscious system? Okay. not the random. Okay, what kind of cells then? What kind of ants you need? Complementary cells, that's interesting, okay. So now we are actually getting to the point, to the next question, final question, that if we think that if we have the definition of these complementary cells that can complement each other for reaching some kind of goal, which is the kind of principle of swarm, and by the way, there are lots of mathematicians who are researching on the swarm behavior, etc., etc. So I have a question. All these artificial intelligent things like ChatGPT, Cloud AI, there are lots of others, as I said, name it. They are working on the electronic systems, right? Is there a chance that these electronic systems, they will put together in certain way and they will become conscious? Conscious means that they will recognize that they exist, they will understand that they are alive and they need to survive. Is there a chance? What do you think?
Maybe they cannot get conscious, but they will show signs of some kind of system, and this might create illusion of consciousness. But reaching consciousness is not something so easy to just put something together and they can just reach it.
How do you think why?
I think consciousness is much bigger and it's way up above, and it needs more time as well, more work and more intelligence as well. So if you can put anything like swarm of ants together and make them create a system, it doesn't mean they have one consciousness and they have this intelligence to create the consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I can tell you my opinion about that, because usually people are saying somebody else's opinions, that there is some kind of authority that thinks about. I'm thinking also a lot about that, and actually I'm doing research on that. So I can tell you my idea. Since current intelligent systems are learning from the data that we are providing, I think we are on the same side in terms of becoming this kind of systems conscious, because we have no idea what does it mean to be conscious. There is no record about that. There is no data where is written what exactly being conscious means, that you can feed to the machine and they will become conscious. There is no such data. We have no idea what does it mean to be conscious. Being aware, feel self-aware that you exist and you perceive your existence in time and space. Experience subjectivity, so you can have some subjective experiences, subjective thoughts coming from your sensual organs, etc., etc., and then you are translating this into many different emotions that drives you to some decision-making process, and that also drives you to some goals or disappointments, etc., etc. Then also, that brings also us to the intentionality. So you are able to create some kind of intentions or goals to make something, and then feeling of unity, right? So that you are a whole being, right? This is the rough and vague definition of being conscious. There is no clear definition of consciousness, and there was a big debate about that, where the consciousness is in our brain, where is it located, which part of our brain is responsible for consciousness. There is some theory that like thin layer, the top thin layer of brain is responsible for being conscious, because if you will switch it off, then you are in coma and you are not providing any signs of consciousness, but who knows? I mean, there is no like clear 100% scientific evidence that we know where it is. So that's the thing. We don't know what is the consciousness. We don't know. So it is hard to say that artificial intelligence systems will become conscious in the current situation. What does it mean? That it means, I will try to answer myself in this case, because it's kind of how to say, question with many answers. It means that current intelligent systems that we are building, they can be used by human beings who has conscious in many different dangerous ways, including influencing our will, right? And actually, this is our next question. Taking into account that hopefully AI will not have any consciousness, probably it will not also have its own free will. But with this kind of mechanisms, because we as an individual human being, we can behave in a certain way, but if we put ourselves together in a big swarm or in a big crowd, more or less we are following the behavior of the crowd. So there are whole certain directions in psychology, in sociology, which studies how the crowds are behaving, right? So in this case, if you have certain disinformation methodology, disinformation technology, if you know how to affect different segments of the society, different segments of crowd, basically you are able to even affect their consciousness and their will, right? Which is a big problem. So by itself, we don't care if AI becomes conscious or not, probably it will not, but we are able to use these very powerful tools for different purposes, including affecting our free will. Okay, and then we are coming to the point about the will, right? So we said that we have these instincts of survival, reproduction, etc., etc. So we have certain will, right, and willpower, which is sometimes against of these instincts. So we know that if we do certain thing, we will die. But some other people will survive, and still we are making some decisions, right? So this is probably our will, but some biochemists, some psychologists, some neuroscientists, they are saying that there is no free will. There is Sapolsky, I think, who is saying that there is no free will. It's all biochemical processes inside our brain, which is dangerous thing, because if it's so, then you can model it mathematically. If you can model it mathematically, you can train the corresponding artificial intelligence model, and then it can mimic the free will. It's a problem. So we don't know this as well. And yeah, so as I said, knowing this and having this information about our will, about our behavior, about the free will, there are lots of techniques and methodologies how you can affect will of crowds, will of majority of the population. And there are lots of cases already when some agents, foreign agents, for example, in the US during the elections, during the previous elections when Trump became president first time, hopefully he will not be the second time, let's see. But so there was a whole campaign ongoing when in the social media, in the different networks, international agents, bots were spreading information, sensitive information for different social groups, and actually reaction on this kind of disinformation and also targeted influence on different social groups resulted in many different problems, also including the good cases, for example, demonstrations in the southeast part of the US, right? That black nation considered that their rights are somehow suppressed and humiliated, etc., etc. So, and there was a huge wave of protests, right? But actually, when the investigation finalized, they realized that there was a huge influence from the social network and from the media, which means that, yeah, so unfortunately, our will can be affected by the methods and technologies from artificial intelligence. So from that perspective, I don't know, do we have a free will? Do we have to fight for the free will in the technological era? Do you see the dangers and risks that are coming from technology in that case? Lots of dangers. So if you have huge campaigns of disinformation, right? If you have huge data analysis systems that studies how the crowds, how the masses are behaving, right? So you can simply come up with some kind of algorithm, taking into account temper, emotional state of different social groups, and influence their behavior. You don't need to influence them for lifetime. You just need to influence them for one particular period of time, just for making one step, for making one decision. And you can achieve that with these technologies. So from that perspective, technological advancement, even it's not conscious, even it, who knows, maybe if it will become conscious, it will be nicer. I don't know. Because consciousness also means that, by the way, the reason why we are conscious, it's also a scientific fact, that the reason why we are conscious is that we have in our brain some so-called mirroring neurons, right? Which are responsible for empathy. And empathy is something that is not integrated in current artificial intelligence systems. Yeah, there is no empathy, but empathy is part of being conscious. It is important part. So we have systems without empathy, without conscious, and there are people with, I don't know what kind of empathy, but definitely with quite some consciousness, and they are using these systems to affect other people's free will. And that's why we need to be very careful, and that's why it is important to build systems that will detect such kind of activities. And yeah, from that perspective, my answer to this question is that AI can mimic free will, as you said, but it will not have any free will for a long time until it becomes conscious. And I think it will not. That's it. As I said, more questions than answers.
So the last point you mentioned, that was the thing I was thinking about and have heard from others. So can emotional intelligence integrate in the artificial intelligence? So is it possible on the theoretical level as well, so or not?
Does artificial intelligence needs any emotional intelligence? Let's start from that.
You know that the
Probably
emotional
not.
intelligence became the kind of the very, not a popular, but recently the people are using, and the importance of emotional intelligence raised a lot. So, for example, we are using it during our work life, during our
emotional health,
emotional health, and
yes.
yeah, and so. Yeah, that's the one question. Does it need? And the second question: can it integrate with that?
Well, if we take into account, so whatever you can translate in terms of algorithms, in terms of set of rules, wherever you can apply for certain intelligence for creating decision-making processes, even if it's a complex decision-making process, like, for example, psychotherapists or psychologists, they are providing certain techniques. They know certain techniques that they're applying to their patients or to their clients to help them to improve their emotional health, right? And if there are certain techniques, if there are certain sets, first of all, the most important process is diagnosis, right? Proper diagnosing of the person. Then yeah, so you can translate these rules, but you don't need to marry AI and emotional intelligence, because there is, in case of AI, it doesn't have any need for that, right? Because it doesn't have any empathy. It doesn't have this feature. And nobody thinks that right now we need AI to become empathic. Why? For what reason? So we are using AI for rational decision-making process. Right now, nothing else. Write me an essay. I don't care on what kind of mood you are. If we add some empathy, it can tell you that, I had like 100 previous requests which made me upset, so I will not write your essay now. So, yes. So, yeah, you can use, I would say, computer technologies to create some emotional health support systems. And there are lots of them already. But integration of emotional intelligence in AI, I don't think that it will happen because there is no need for that right now.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the American election that
American election, yes.
Trump became the president in the United States.
Yes.
So can you just give us more examples of how can we be manipulated by the how to say, like
how the crowd was manipulated,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, just some forms of more examples, please. Thank you.
Yes. So you remember the case when there was a incident with a black guy who was killed by the police, and there was lots of demonstrations and huge wave of protests, right? George Floyd, exactly. Yeah, George Floyd case. In case of these demonstrations, so different agencies started investigation on the social media why this fact caused such a huge wave of demonstrations while this kind of incidents were happening before, right? It wasn't like exceptional case, but just happened and nobody expected such a big blast of protests. They started an investigation and they found out that 1.5 years ago, in southeast part of the US, in the social networks, bots, different social network bots, started spreading small banners, small advertisements, targeted advertisements that Black Lives Matter, about some historical facts. And if you search for it, you will find very interesting investigation that is now publicly available with lots of facts. It was published in 2018. It was published in 2018, and in 2019, San Diego University, California was involved in that research. They have a very interesting tool for data analytics and data visualization. So the professor there was involved there in this research, and they were publishing very interesting facts that 1.5 years ago, it was intentional preparation of the society and social, how to say, social position about behaving to the black population from the state. And then this fact happens, and this just triggered the huge waves of protests. And that was one of the biggest cases that I am aware of. But after that, lots of disinformation and anti-bot and also social media filtering and scanning and analytics activities started in the US and worldwide as well.
Okay, that should have summarized our session and the questions for this session. I would like to thank you for this session. So, what we have now. First, I want to thank you all for coming here, for being engaged, for being proactive, and for staying with us, well, as long as the conference went, so till 5 p.m. So you definitely made it. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers from Georgia, from neighboring Armenia. It was amazing to meet you and hear speeches about emerging technologies, AIs, electronic elections, and etc. And I do not want to take any of your time. I just want to invite you in a more informal gathering that we're going to have outside, a little reception with wine, and let's network, talk, and continue engaging. So thank you so much, and see you next year. Thanks.